with our Nguza Saba Challenge e-course, slashed from $599 down to $99. Why join? Because you get the opportunity to cultivate your growth. Tap into ancestral wisdom for personal evolution. Learn flexibly. On-demand videos, audios, and daily activities. Empower yourself. Build confidence and impact your world. This is open to all. No prior experience needed. Here's the perks. You'll get access to exclusive digital resources. You get a private group for daily motivation and discussion. Invest in yourself this Kwanzaa. Become your destiny's master and join the congregation of the mighty. Enroll now in NguzaSabaChallenge.com. Discount code Kwanzaa 2023. Limited time. This all ends January the 2nd, 2024. Take advantage. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
The drum speaks. Through the spirit of the African drum, and in the ancient African tradition of our forefathers and foremothers, we look to the heavens and we respectfully ask our ancestors to shine down upon us and give us permission to begin today's program celebrating Kwanzaa. The water represents life, the fluidity and resilience of the human spirit as life flows through Father Time and space. The plant represents Mother Earth, the bearer, the womb, and the nurturer of life. This beloved third planet is home of humanity and the majesty of God's creation, His divinity, and intelligent design. So, in the tradition of our African ancestors, we pour libations to recognize these truths as self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that the past, the present, and the future are connected by one God and one love. For in the word liberation itself, there is the word libation, the nomo.
Ashe.
We call upon the ancestors far and near, mothers of our mothers and fathers of our fathers, to give us strength and courage and to remind us of their love and their sacrifice, so that we might continue the struggle for human dignity, liberation, and freedom. For they knew the human spirit was born to be free. So we look to the heavens for a reminder of their shining light and guiding example of love, wisdom, compassion, and courage for all humanity. As we pour libation, the collective response is Ashe, which means it is done. You are invited to participate with us in the ancient African tradition of call and response and say Ashe. First, in honor of the Creator, we pour libation. We recognize the omnipotence of the Creator of all things and all life, and we honor His covenant with us, His people, and all His creations, the birds and the animals, the plants and the trees, the blue sky and the rain, the sun and the moon, Mother Earth itself, and we the people who are blessed to call it home. We pour libation.
Ashe.
And let the people say Ashe. In the honor and memory of our ancestors, we pour libations. For those who were the first of God's creations, the original man and the original woman, birthed in the motherland Africa, and the great civilizations they created and innovated that laid the foundation for the rest of human history, culture, and discovery. And to those who were destined to lead, to guide, and to rule for thousands of years, we pour libation for those like warrior Queen Hatshepsut, for the great Pharaoh Akhenaten, for beautiful and regal Queen Nefertiti, to Pharaoh Ramses II, for Hannibal of Carthage, King Mansa Musa, and the brilliant scholar Imhotep, for regal Queen Nzinga and warrior Queen Amina, for the boy King Tutankhamun and the warrior King Shaka Zulu, for the great civilizations of Songhai and Mali and Egypt and Nubia, Ethiopia and Benin. Just a few ancient examples and reminders of the glorious spirit of humanity that still resides in us today. In their memory, in their honor, we pour libation. And the people say, Ashe.
Ashe.
We pour libations for those who crossed the Middle Passage and came to America and went throughout the diaspora and Caribbean. We came to foreign lands in bondage, the worst, evil, vile, ungodly, and insidious colonization and slavery in human history. We must never forget the past, the hardships, the struggles, the resurrection, the love, and the victories as we celebrate Kwanzaa.
Ashe.
For our ancestors who crossed the Middle Passage, for those who would jump from slave ships rather than to live in bondage, we pour libation.
Ashe.
For our ancestors who crossed the Middle Passage, for those who were persecuted and enslaved but continue to fight, to survive, to thrive, to pray, to hope, and to work for a better future against all odds, we pour libation. And for those who were shot, lynched, and killed for righteous insurrection on slave ships and on the plantation,
Ashe.
we pour libation. We pour libations for those like Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, and Marcus Garvey. Those whose love, leadership, and sacrifice are acknowledged and applauded in human history for making their mark and striking a blow against slavery and oppression, and for liberation and freedom.
Ashe.
We pour libations for our more recent ancestors, those like Rosa Parks,
Ashe.
Malcolm X, Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, Fannie Lou Hamer, Muhammad Ali, Huey Newton, Stokely Carmichael, and Dr. Martin Luther King. Those who led the civil rights movement and those who led the Black Power movement, both working hand in glove for Pan-African and African-American liberation and freedom.
Ashe.
We pour libations in memory of the casualties of racial and criminal injustice and police brutality. For those like Emmett Till, Abner Louima, Sean Bell, Eric Garner, Michael Brown, Walter Scott, Freddie Gray, Philando Castile, Tamir Rice, Timothy Thomas, Sandra Bland, Sam Du Bois, Trayvon Martin, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and so many others. May they rest in peace.
Ashe.
We pour libations. We pour libation for those in our own beloved families, for those ancestors who have gone on, and to those elders, those mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers, all precious souls who are still here, still loving, still educating, still praying, and still leading by example with wisdom, dignity, and grace. Call their names, evoke their names, and remember them. Thank them, appreciate them, honor them. We pour libation for them.
Ashe.
And finally, we pour libation for our collective future, our beloved progeny, our sons and daughters, and the sons of our sons and the daughters of our daughters, on the continent, in America, and throughout the diaspora. Our faith is bigger than our fears. Our love is strong and everlasting. And our hope for the next 1,000 years rises higher than the struggles of the past 400. Today, we celebrate Kwanzaa.
Ashe.
Ashe,
Ashe.
Ashe,
Ashe.
Ashe.
The first principle is Umoja, unity, to strive and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. What does unity mean? It means to be in harmony. It means cooperation. It means togetherness and oneness. In the 1977 Kwanzaa Origin Concept Practices by Malinga Karanga, he explains that Umoja, the first principle of Kwanzaa, is as follows. Umoja is a commitment to the principle and practice of togetherness and collective action on critical level. That is to build and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. Some key words here are commitment, practice, and action. Umoja is more than just a word. It is a call to action. This is the first and fundamental principle because without unity or possibilities as a people are few and fragile, if it exists at all. That unity is essential to us as a people cannot be seriously questioned. What is more often debated is the method by which unity is achieved. We are one people and must strive and act as one. As a people, our realities, life changes, and possibilities are rooted in the quality of our relationship with one another. Unity thus must begin on the basic level of the family and extend outward in expanding centric circle of our national community. For the state of the family, in a real sense, is a vital indication of the state of the national community. The lesson of who we are, our position and possibility in life, and the nature and need of building and maintaining quality and effective relationship with each others are taught to us at an early age in the context of the family. To be unified is to have a collective strength to confront and solve problems which are collective in nature. In fact, history has proven that a people united and conscious of their strengths and weaknesses cannot be defeated. But a people divided are doomed to a slow or quick destruction. Unity then is a vital principle and practice, and without an active commitment to it, nothing is really possible for us as a people, and we are doomed to build houses we do not live in city structures around the interests and aims of others other than our own, and fight wars for our oppressor in the name of freedoms we do not enjoy. Umoja, unity. Ashe.
Cleo Roberts.
Louis Ernest.
Obi and Odessa Baskin.
Ashe.
Carl Lewis.
Ashe.
Flanders Geary.
Ashe.
Leonard Lee Brown.
Ashe.
Vernon Odom.
Johnson.
Ashe.
Dan Mark Cunningham.
Ashe.
Fred Johnson.
Ashe.
Jim Dent.
Ashe.
Florence Holly.
Ashe.
Madam C.J. Walker.
Ashe.
Arnold.
Ashe. George Shea. Ashe.
The Honorable Marcus Garvey.
Ashe.
Nat Turner.
Ashe.
Shirley McLean.
Ashe.
Queen Ya Asantewa.
Ashe.
Nat Turner.
Ashe. Queen Nzinga.
Ashe.
Henry
Mama Mary Baraka.
Ashe.
John Coltrane.
Ashe.
Ann Gates.
Ashe.
Jimmy Richardson.
Ashe.
Miles Davis.
Ashe.
L. Hodgins.
Ashe.
Aretha Franklin.
Ashe.
El Hajj Malik El Shabbat.
Ashe.
And there's so many others that have laid down the tracks for us to follow. And we do that with pride. We do that with haste because we know that we're not here forever. And so for all of those individuals that we have not yet named, we want to say Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe. Ashe.
Asante Sana.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Habari Gani. Today is the first day of Kwanzaa, Umoja. And on that day, on every day of Kwanzaa, we greet each other with the words Habari Gani in the Kiswahili language, which means, what's the news? And we say the name of the day, of the principle of the day, on each of those days. So today, the response would be Umoja. So Habari Gani, Umoja. Now, the first principle, Umoja, means unity. And for unity, we light the big candle, the big black candle, right here in the center. Go ahead and light that. And today, we have a special piece for you that a new series we're starting called a Kwanzaa Minute. So we're going to describe the first principle in 1 minute or less. And we're going to do that with a proverbial poem. The title of this proverbial poem is When Spider Webs Unite. For the principle of Umoja, the proverb is, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. And that's an Ethiopian proverb. The first principle is Umoja. Let us all unite as one. It's time to work together, play together, eat together, and be together too. All for one and one for all. When spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. If you hear what I'm saying, then you understand. The time is now to make a stand. All for one and one for all. When spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. Moya mbili tatu, netano sita, sabana netisa, kumi na moya. All for one and one for all. When spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. Moya means one. It's where we start, but we're not done. Let's have a little fun by uniting as one. All for one and one for all. When spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. Now, when we finish, we always like to say tuta el nana, and then we'll mention the principle for the next day. So we say tuta el nana, kuji chagulia.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at Two Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and it's since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
And I want to welcome you to our pre-Kwanzaa celebration, Kwanzaa, Decades in Review. And the first up on our interviews is with Baba Kelsey. Now, Baba Kelsey has a long history here in Columbus, Ohio. And so I will ask him some questions to bring out what his perspectives are regarding these questions. And without further ado, Baba Kelsey, you want to say a few words to the family?
Well, I just say that I'm glad to be able to speak to you. And you're right. I do have a long history in Columbus, and it was very it was a rough history sometimes, because some positions that I would take in Columbus, the work that I was doing so-called professionally, didn't appreciate it, and some of the people who were in the community didn't appreciate it, so much so until sometimes there were disruptions in those activities. But as many of you know, that was sort of the love of my life to work in the community, and I really appreciate each time that I have an opportunity to do that. So that's all I'd like to say right now.
Well, we definitely appreciate your work, and as nation builders, we're trying to add on, build, and maintain your legacy here. And so, part of that legacy is giving us some of the backstories on what's gone down here in Columbus. And so, during the 60s, Baba Kelsey, I read about it because, you know, I was hardly born yet. There was a lot of stuff going on, not only around the nation, but right here in Ohio. And I could only assume right here in Columbus during this Kwanzaa celebration kickoff. And so why don't you give us a little history there. When did you begin celebrating Kwanzaa? And what were the circumstances around your seeing why this was necessary to do so?
Well, now I'm going to give you a little history that probably I've never shared, but then some people know about it, but I've never shared it with people publicly, with people in Columbus. I had a little program that went down to London prison, and in that program I took a nurse and a student nurse, a student attorney, and we went to and we talked to about 37 men every other Saturday, I believe it was. And the first time that I heard about Kwanzaa was with those men about 1968 or thereabout. That was the first time I heard about Kwanzaa, and it was from one of those men who were in that group, and they're at London prison. And I will say that during the time that we were going down there, those men got so strong until they would provide escorts to me from the time we entered that inner gate to the time that we got to the place where we were going to meet. And the little social worker was just outdone. He didn't know what was going on in terms of our meeting. Now, fast forward. By 1970, many of those men had gotten released. I could tell you some things about the disruptions and the midnight courts and so forth that some of those men experienced, and they were distributed all over the state prison because they felt that they were getting too far ahead on things that they were talking about and the way they were acting in prison, probably acting more sanely than the imprisonment system wanted them to act. But anyway, all of them eventually got out. And I'm proud to say that, to my knowledge, only one out of 37 men, to my knowledge, only one ever returned to prison. I want to establish that the idea of Kwanzaa, the first time I got any idea about Kwanzaa was through that group some of those group meetings there in London prison. Some of them, which I will never name because I don't want to name them. But I understand. But some of them, they were involved in helping to initiate Kwanzaa as a public activity, first in their homes secretly, in our homes secretly, I should say, because it was dangerous. In case you don't know, I will tell you, it was dangerous to talk about stuff like that, and in our community. So much so until if you talk with Brother Tony, Elder Tony, you will find out that one of the early Kwanzaa, when the drummers were leaving out of the activity one evening, the community beat them up out there. I'm talking about people who look like us now, beat them up because they were supposed to be celebrating something that was, I don't want to say what they were thinking, but whatever it was not correct. But and so we had that. I'm pointing out it was not an easy task to introduce it into the Columbus community. Real public Kwanzaa came clear on, I believe it was on not on Creek, on Nelson Road, and at the Dunbar Center, which is which is no longer there, and we had a curious crowd there, and constantly began to grow and grow and grow, and we encouraged two levels of Kwanzaa. One, we encouraged people to have it in their homes and with their families, and encouraged others to, and we encouraged the public celebration of Kwanzaa. And we became serious. Many people. We started a little school that also reinforced Kwanzaa. So we Kwanzaa became more than just a program per se. It became in many ways an action plan for us in our community. Unfortunately, and I'm fast forwarding now.
Yes,
but
sir.
Unfortunately for us, it became commercialized.
Mm-hmm.
And as it became commercialized, most of its meaning, except for very few people, diehards, I guess I've called, it became commercialized and it lost its essence. And I think that, and I guess anytime you hear me talk now, I'll talk about regaining the essence of Kwanzaa that once it had. In spite of that, and people have all kinds of reasons why they say that they lost respect. One part was that they lost respect for Karenga. Now, Karenga, some of the things we may not agree with Karenga on, but we have to give him credit for having the idea of starting that. And regardless of whether we agree with some of the stuff that he's been involved in or not, we have to acknowledge that wisdom comes from strange places sometimes, and let's use the wisdom and forget about the messenger, not necessarily forget about him, but give them credit for having given that to us, in spite of the fact that they may do some crazy things. And I would say that to us now, let's honor ourselves as we practice something that we know is good for us, in spite of the fact that I may not like your looks or your dress or your whatever, but we have that kind of common thing in among us, and we have Kwanzaa to reinforce that. And let's use it as a reinforcing instrument to help us develop in our community. And I say this because I don't want to take away from integration and all these different freedom talks and activities that are out there now. But I want us to acknowledge that those are not things that come from us. We're still operating in the system, regardless of what kind of political opportunities that they say are there. It's in that system which they control, and we don't control that. And so it's important for us to stand up straight in our own Kwanzaa-related systems. Now, I would say Kwanzaa-related because those 7 values, those are critical, and stand up for those and begin to practice those in everything that we do, even if you got to go to the enemy's territory. That's all I'd like to say as kind of an introduction. I know you got some questions, so go ahead.
No, I appreciate that, Bob, because again, I key in on the points of authenticity. And a lot of times, because we have such a difficult time maintaining the authenticity within ourselves, that it becomes difficult to carry that authenticity within the celebrations we take on. And so I can appreciate that. And again, I appreciate that brief history. So, of the Kwanzaa celebration, Baba, what has impressed you the most in terms of what one point, if you could, narrow it down to that, has left an indelible impression on you?
Well, one point that we have, one of the things that we suffer from is classism. And one of the things that Kwanzaa does is it eliminates that. It says that we have a common base on which we ought to be operating, and that has impressed me most. Where people have been authentic, as you said, if you're authentic as a Kwanzaa practicing the principle of Kwanzaa, then that classism has no place. And that I think is one of the things that has hurt us tremendously. In fact, the matter is, and one of the things that it has done, it has almost taken on the where some people have used it to establish a class. I'm a Kwanzaa practicer, and you are not, and therefore I'm superior to you in some form.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we need to eliminate the classism and say that brothers and sisters, we all are working for unity. We all are working for Kuchi Chakalia and so forth and so on. And if there's anything in that's one of the things that I think is critical for us, because that's what has been used against us, even though we sometimes it's been magnified by a white supremacy and so forth. So I'm saying classism is critical.
The more I listen to you, Baba, the more it sounds like you giving my presentation for me. So, I hear this idea of a superior inferior line that we like to, draw up between ourselves. And Octavia Butler, one of our most well-known sci-fi writers, and she's passed now, Ma'akaru. She wrote a trilogy called what was it called? Lilith's Brood. And it was a trilogy of 3 books. And Baba Kelsey, I could not hardly tell you what the book was about, but that sister left a point that she kept repeating throughout the books that speaks so strongly to what you just said. And it was that you had this space group who had saved some earthlings from themselves. And when the earthlings had started awakening after a long sleep, the space people said to them, "You know what is most puzzling to me about you earthlings?" And of course, the earthlings were like, "What?" And it was said, "Because you are both intelligent and you hold this sense of hierarchy."
Mm-hmm.
And of course, what I gained from that is, a lot of times when we talk about our male-female relationships, and we compare it to the European form of relationship and what goes on with them, and we fail to understand a lot of times, or we forget that it's a matter of the roles we played. It had nothing to do with I'm a male, so I'm superior, or I'm a female and I'm superior. There were roles to play, and it was a matter of function and utility. One of my teachers once told us that it was he referred to mod as functional symmetry.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what that speaks to. It's a matter of how I function. As a group, we can function stronger than as me thinking that because I know this, that I'm more valuable than you. And so I truly appreciate that, Baba. Thank you.
Well, I think that it's time that we do a self-diagnosis and not ask anybody else to do it for us, that we sit down ourselves and do our own diagnosis without the hostility that sometimes seems to exist among us. Do it honestly, with an open mind and an open heart, and with love. And we almost forgot, and I might just add that, as I use that word, it's used in such generalized fashions now, and until it almost had no meaning. I mean, I love you. That's just a function of language almost, without substance.
Right.
And I'm calling for, because we care about each other, because we're willing to share with each other, because we're willing to recognize that I can't do without you. That to me is the kind of love, the kind of thing that makes up love, and other elements as well. But I'm purporting that it would be critical if we considered that kind of self-examination and recognize that we're not going to come out with disagreement. We're going to come out with an agreement. And you all know that I like to talk about that a lot. How in the world is it that we're going to start out aiming for agreement rather than just my voice being the one that counts? I mean, it just I mean, in our community, we've been taught, you know, in the little Kwanzaa presentation that I made, I talked about this moat in our eyes. We've been taught from elementary school through postgraduate school, that individualism and I'm superior because I got this. I'm going to say abstract knowledge. It's not really knowledge. It's abstract factors that I understand how to put together in some form. If we knew how to put them together, then we could generate the love and harmony that we're looking for.
That's right.
If we became educated, somehow or other, we have not. They get taught and presented in such a way that is almost like tearing up a jigsaw puzzle rather than putting it together.
Right.
And so that's what I think is important in Kwanzaa. Let it be something that will help put together the jigsaw puzzle rather than me leaving like I've had a celebration and boy, now it's over. Let's go on to the next thing.
Right. I often say, Baba, the practical application of our African wisdom.
Yeah.
That's going to be our move towards success. And with Kwanzaa, and as we here in Columbus say, we say Kwanzaa 365.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way we go about it.
Yeah. And you recognize that you have obstacles, and the healing part is, how am I going to make myself strong enough to overcome them? And that seems to me to be the way. And I'd say, fortunately for you, Brother Kwame, there may be around you people who have like minds. But because we've had such a disparate so-called education, it keeps us from putting those like minds together to bring forth power and strength. And so, the truth of the matter is that in my old age, I'm looking for power and strength among brothers and sisters, not just talk.
Right.
And
right.
Power and strength doesn't come. You know, I got some grandsons who think that they're going to be professional athletes. And I said, wait a minute. Let's learn something about what it means to be black. Their father doesn't seem to have the same idea about that. So he takes them off to camp. And I said, well, wait a minute. There's some things they don't have down right. What does it mean to be a professional athlete to yourself as an African man or woman? And those are kind of questions that are critical among us that we must ask not only on the 7 days of Kwanzaa, but also ask in our families. If you go to church, ask in your church. If you go to the mosque, ask in your mosque. You got to ask the same question everywhere you go, and be prepared to take action or wherever you are, rather than just let it be that I'm celebrating. And even when we say 365, if I'm going to celebrate alone, I'm still lonesome.
Sure, that's right. That's
So,
right.
So we when we had those gnomes down the Nile Valley, down the Nile River, they would come together once after the floods, right? They'd come together, decide. I don't know all the decisions that they would make, but a part of it was so that we would not be in opposition to each other. We would come together after the floods and decide how we're going to survive whenever the next flood comes. I know, very critical stuff that they were coming together for. That's what we need to do right now. Come together, like those 13 gnomes, I believe it was, along the river, and declare, what are we going to do the next 365? Celebrate. In Columbus, you have an advantage in that you do have quarterly sunrise meetings, quarterly, and
yes.
if those sunrise meetings are designed to celebrate, we've taken this half step, and we had to take a half step back because of this opposition. What are we going to do to make sure this step is sustained? That might be the question those are the types of questions that might be being asked that would help us keep going up the steps rather than falling off the steps.
Yes, sir. We're working on it.
Well, I'm just telling you. You asked me now. I'm telling.
Yes, sir.
and you know, no, don't assume that I know, but I know one thing, that if we came together, we could know. We could know. I mean, you got some ideas. Another brother and sister got ideas. Let's put them in the pot. Let's put them in the pot and let them stew. Right. And then let's come out with the good stew.
You know, Baba, you know, we recently got a one of these platforms where we can you know, do our own live streaming and things of that nature. And you know, that's part of it, you know, being able to get something we can call our own, so that we can talk about the things we want to talk about without being kicked off and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, so this is the first among many steps we're taking.
Well, good.
In order to build up for those.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I think Columbus is a good example. There are other places too. Akron has got some things going also. Atlanta has some things going, but one of the things I point out in Atlanta is that they're probably, and you may have heard me say this because I don't hesitate to say it, they're probably in somewhere between 10 and 15 different Pan-African groups, each one having a declared purpose, but the purpose are not harmonious.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question becomes, where are we going? Not where is this one going and that one going, but where are we going if we are not harmonious?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that those are kind of serious questions. There's still serious questions that we ought to be raising in Kwanzaa, not just for the celebrated and ceremonial part. I mean, ceremonial part is certainly I'm inspired by the ceremonial part and the celebration part. But if that's all, then I don't think it's serving its purpose.
No, I mean, it's one of the reasons why it seems like I know maybe 3 or 4 of us almost came up with the idea at the same night when we were talking about celebrating Kwanzaa. And, we were all like, well, since if this has to be a virtual thing, let's see if we can involve the state in it. And so, we were able to contact Akron, Cleveland, Youngstown, Toledo, Dayton, Cincinnati. I don't think a brother out of Kent State, and bring these people together. So now we're forming stronger bonds between the state in terms of what people are doing in different areas. And, and I mean, it's a learning process for me. But as well, I mean, I can see really good things coming out of it. And so I'm looking forward to see how we direct this.
Well, I commend you for taking that step. And I just say, keep it going. Don't let it be a one-time thing.
Right.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. We need that. Once upon a time, that was what we were trying to do in Ohio. It just kind of petered out. It got to be that there were arguments about. I can tell you, and you may know, but I can tell you some of the arguments that came to being. How much are we going to charge the exhibitors? Became a critical. My goodness, boy. I mean, that became a debated issue. I mean, you may think you might think I'm just joking, but I'm not.
No.
It became an issue about, well, I think they're just shamming, and we are not. Well, why don't we talk to each other and help each other? We may be, I talk about the mote in our eyes. We all have to acknowledge that we got those in our eyes. We've been trained. Mm-hmm. We've been with junk in many ways. I'm not minimizing the science part or the universal part that we've learned. That's very valuable, but we will learn to use it as particles rather than as a mass universe.
That's right.
Yeah. So
we often talk about the whole being greater than the sum of its parts, and so that's what we have to assimilate and integrate into our thinking and our being in order to make this happen.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to talk too much. I'm glad that you all are doing that, and I say keep up the good work, and every generation needs each other. I mean, there's a place for everybody. Now, I was struggling when I wrote that first book about being healthy and wealthy. What I was trying to do in that book is to say that there are definite things that we ought to hold ourselves responsible for, making sure that each generation takes care of these things within themselves, become skilled and become knowledgeable about these things, and just build that step on up, so that when you feel comfortable in the step that you were in, and move on to the next step, because they are always supportive of each other. I have to confess that I have not. There are a few times that I've seen people really understand what I was trying to do in that book, I'm not the best writer in the world, so I'm not claiming that. But I know one thing, that that kind of integrated intergenerational progress and growth is critical to our overall growth and understanding. So,
yes, sir.
Anyway, I'm just saying to us, let's make family have some meaning. Family, the family intergenerationally have some meaning, whether it be bloodline or just cultural wise. Those are things that I think are in critical discussions and presentations in Kwanzaa, and there ought to be accountability for what have we done during the 365 as you referred to.
Ashe. We'll make it happen, as we say. And again, Baba, I appreciate your time. Thanks a million. Please give the family, Mama Niambi, and the rest of the family my love and our love.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to talk with you. It's always a pleasure. Take care of yourself.
You do the same, Baba. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Are celebration worthy because we've done a lot of work in 17. That Facebook page lists all of our activities that we have been doing throughout the year. So as you look through that and stream through that, it's not that we have not been doing work. Many of you all were not on the committee, but you put in work. Lord Ray puts in work all year round, for sure, in many ways. Open Kitchen puts in work all year round. All of you all in here put in work in your own ways. So we'll continue to list that, support that for each other, and talk about other strategies we can use going into 18 to make sure that we continue to celebrate our successes, ourselves, our community, and overall Black love. I just need a whole bunch of love in 2018. Y'all down for that? Yeah, down for that. Down for that. Okay, great. Brother Hatim, you got any words you want to say about what you're before we bring them forward?
No, it's going to be fine. That's all I have to say.
I'm telling y'all it's going to be fine. He wasn't in the room, and he used the same introduction language. But we want to give it a round of applause. Let's bring him up, y'all, with some love. Brother, y'all bring up you don't mind, we get the mic ready for you. And you can give him some love, y'all, please.
You say give something positive with lots of emotion. Well, see, sometimes that's hard because there's so much commotion. So let me start this right off with the twist. Something like this that you cannot dismiss. Check. I was in the motherland minding my business when suddenly I became a victim of resistance. They put shackles on my hands and my feet. My tribe sold me off to some blue-eyed beast. These devils walked me out to the edge of the sea. My mother was behind me, trying to be free. Had my father, my brother, my sister, my auntie. They tied us to a tree, so I fucked, and they stopped. They put us all at the bottom of the ship, packed us in like sardines, face to face, lip to lip. I'm hearing footsteps up top, on deck. Yeah, they laugh and drinking tea while we down here soaking in sweat. Then I hear the mumbles and the groans from my peers. I smell feces and vomit. I'm drowning in tears. So for 36 days and 36 nights, I fight. I didn't struggle to hang on to life. Come on, I barely make it. I tell you it's a sin. People, we done lost 210. Only being fed, water, and bread. The sharks in the Atlantic Ocean, they eat up our dead. But I try to scream out and pray for their souls. Allah bless those for whom the bell tolled. So after 36 days, we finally hit land. I'm seeing strange men with some guns in their hands. Right away, they separate the men, women, and children. It's time to start building and tilling for pilgrims. But first, they install some fear in you. See, with their wicked little minds, you just check what they did. See, they put us in a circle. We didn't think nothing of it. Then they grabbed one of our queens and cut the baby out of her stomach. The fetus hit the ground, then the mother fell next. But Why didn't they write this in their history text? I'm being sold. I wonder where they send you. I went to Carolina, my sister West Virginia. My mother went to Florida. They separated us three. First my father and my brother ended up in Mississippi. I'm homesick. I'm being broke down slowly. The owner changed my name from Kunta to Toby. But you don't know me because I don't know myself. I work the field like a mule and it's messing with my health. I'm being worked from sun up to sundown. I'm getting beat for just uttering the wrong sound. I got lashes on my back. They're gonna stay. I stood up for a sister, but she got raped anyway. And then her brother, he got caught trying to flee. The next day, we found his body hanging from a tree. But see, this ain't no Holocaust. Need affirmation. This here is what they call straight extermination. But see, I try to scream out and pray for their souls. God bless those for whom the bell tolls. The fallen sons and daughters of the West. See, I'm trying to make it right back to the crest of civilization. So I made my escape. But a house Negro told, so I didn't get a break. They tracked us down in a wooded location, then beat me and took me back to the plantation. Then to ensure that I wouldn't run again, they chopped off my foot and cleaned it with gin. But see, I still try to scream out and pray for their souls. God bless those for whom the bell tolls. I'm your Marine Columbus. So, first of all, I give thanks for thanks is due.
I know, right?
The committee, I thank you. I always take these very serious, and it's just you giving me your ear because you didn't have to, so I appreciate that. And I think that we have to give another round of applause for Dr.
That's right.
Dr. Jackson. And the reason this is important, and it goes to a couple of the things that I want to talk to you about today. The reason it's important is because one of the things moving into 2018 that we have to start to implement is valuing one another. We don't have enough value for one another. And so when we have somebody with a PhD, a doctorate in front of, we need to acknowledge that. Because at the end of the day, you will go to the white doctor and acknowledge him, Dr. Smith, thank you, Dr. So-and-so. So when we have those within our communities, it's imperative that we acknowledge them. It shouldn't even be something that we think about. It should be something that's automatic and that we have to talk about. And I was talking to Butch Carter a couple days ago about this. And moving into 2018 with everything that's going on right now, with the conditions of our communities, with the conditions of us as a group of people, I'm not really here to talk about the problem. Malcolm, Dr. King, Medgar Evers, Nat Turner, Jomo Kenyatta, and so many others, they talked about the problem. The great Khalid Muhammad talked about the problem. We know what the problem is. If we don't, we've been sleeping up under a rock. I go to schools and talk to the children about the problem. The adults, we know what the problem is. So it's about execution, and that's part of our problem. We know what the problem is, but we don't move, we don't execute. And the reason we don't execute is because a lot of times we're moving on an individualistic level, which is why this is so important. This function right here becomes so important, but I live by a philosophy like when I see my mother. Anytime I see my mother, we practice and demonstrate Mother's Day. I'm not waiting until May to demonstrate Mother's Day. Anytime I see my mother, it's Mother's Day. Every day I see my mom, if I see her, it's Mother's Day. I don't practice Black history the shortest month of the year, February. That's right. Hoping for the leap year with 29 days instead of the 28. No, I practice Black history every day because it's a part of who we are. So we can't practice the 7 principles for 7 days. That's right. A principle a day. This has to be invested in our daily lives every day. And why is that important? Why does it have to be invested in our daily lives every day? Because those seeds back there, we're leaving a blueprint. And we can leave a blueprint that's either negative or positive. See, we can't blame, we have a problem right now with the seeds. How people are moving. Everybody's doing their own thing. Everybody's over here. And what has happened? The seeds have followed. They followed a certain code, which was negative. But we constantly, in our community still, every day, no collective unity. No collective anything. Now this is important. This is important because the individual should be building, when we talk about Kwanzaa, when we talk about the principles, they're building for the collective of the community. Right. Capitalism teaches you something different. Get yours and forget everybody else. The problem with that is that we've been the ones to suffer the most for, because all other communities are on code. All other communities are on code. I asked this question: why in 2017, sisters who want to be involved in politics, why don't we have our own black political party? The Asians don't worry about politics. They don't care who's going to be elected into office. Why? Because they practice collective economics. They practice collective unity. They don't move on an individual level. They move together. So it never matters who's president. It never matters who their senator is. This is fact. They don't care that Trump's in office right now, because they're still doing what they're doing.
Right.
And so why in 2017 we don't have our own black political party? We have black businesses here. I just did a story the other night on a black grocery store in Kentucky. The only black grocery store in Kentucky, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, where's a black grocery store in Columbus, Ohio? Where's a black grocery store in Indianapolis, Indiana? Why is this important? See, we talk about the principles. We talk about the principles, but the implementation. Why is it important that we have our own? Do you know how important black media is?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Do you know how important black business is?
Yeah. Right.
Everybody who's got a vendors out here, they should have a building that they can put their stuff in that we can go to every day. That's right. And it should be open every day. And there should be a time. It starts at 9 and it closes at 9. And no, when I say 9, not 9:15. If you put 9 on the door, let it be 9. Yes, sir. Because but why don't we have that? Because we don't value one another. And so that's got to be the measure for this year, 2018, is value. The importance of black business is that when you don't have one, guess what? You're dependent on somebody else's business. That's right. And so then when you go to somebody else's business, when you don't have a black restaurant, then you go to a white restaurant. And they might discriminate against you. They might practice racism. What are you going to do about it? We're going to file. We're going to go complain. We're going to cry that we were discriminated against. Well, one thing that we're not saying is, where's our own? Why is black media important? Because your media sets the narrative. And when you don't have your own black media, that means somebody else is setting the narrative for you. So now, because somebody else is setting the narrative, it's hard for you to get the news that 500 missing black teens in the DC, Virginia area, and this has been going on for years, but we don't know this because we don't have black media that's pushing that. That's right. And the white media is not pushing it. Sure. Every year. So somebody else sets the narrative while we sit back. While we sit back and cry and complain, because that's what we do. And then the babies start to move out, because the babies know that there's a problem.
Right.
So they start to move out, but we sit back. We sit back in a dependent position. That has to change for 2018. It has to change. It's mandatory. And so how do we get there? Strategy. I'm an advocate of and I think, and you know, my mentor, I have two. And I never had a chance to meet them, but through books and writings, I just think that they were just, and there's actually a couple, but these two just, I think that they were just so brilliant. And that's Malcolm and the great Assad Shakur. because I think that you have to have the yin and the yang. You have to have the epitome of black manhood, but you also have to have the epitome of what black womanhood is as well. And I think that Asada is right. It simplifies that. And there's so many others. Shahrazad Ali. I mean, the list goes on and on. But one thing that Malcolm said that held so much truth is we give our enemies what? Only a fool would give his children up to his enemies.
Right.
And so, you know, sometimes we're looking for places to have events. We're looking for places to have talks. That needs to be somebody's living room. That's right. That needs to be somebody's basement. That's right. That's how we do it. Because why? Because it's important. It's important, and we cannot allow ourselves to be blocked from information. We can't allow that. I do a lot of streaming, Facebook and those social media outlets and that sort of thing. They're always blocked. They're always banning. It's not because I'm saying things that are crazy. It's because I'm saying things that are true. Absolutely. The system is designed. They don't want that information out. It's just the way it is. I get it. I don't get upset about it. What do? I go get my own website so I can put my stuff on there. You don't want me on yours? It's really that simple. So collective. The individual has to move for the collective. If the individual is moving for self, our demise is imminent. It's that serious. If the individual is moving for self, our demise is imminent.
Word.
We're talking GMOs. We're talking vaccines being shot into babies that nobody even questions just because the medical system tells you that your child needs this. Even though we know that since we've been on these shores, they've been experimenting on us medically. But we don't question. We just hand our child over, yeah, take that shot. And most people don't even do the research on what's in the vaccine. Most of the doctors don't even know what's in the vaccine. They sat down, had a $1,500 to $2,000 dinner with a pharmaceutical agency that's trying to push this product, and they say, here, we want you to push this. And they wine and dine them, and at the end of the day, the doctor goes back and starts to push it. So the individual has to move for the collective as a whole. We need black business. It's imperative. How do we get there? How many times have we heard about Arab shops disrespecting our melanated queens and kings coming in? How many times have we heard about that? And we don't do anything. We continue to go back and shop. And part of the reason we go back is because we don't have our own. So even the thug, who people consider to be the thug, even they can play a role. Right. Yeah. Even if their role is to keep people up out that store. Because guess what? Now nobody's shopping. They go out of business. It doesn't really matter this one that goes out of business because his cousin has a shop 7 blocks down. His uncle has a block 3 dot, because that's how it is in our communities. But once we get this one shut down, we can buy that. It's really not hard.
Not at all.
But it takes execution. It takes movement. It takes a desire to want to survive. It takes a desire to want to see our children come into a future. I talk to insurance. I talk to ladies involved in insurance. Some of the most disgusting things. They say black parents come in, and when she talks to them about life insurance, what they're going to leave, she said the majority of black parents say, what? Life insurance? I'll be dead. Would I leave them something? Wow. Despicable. Despicable. So you got groups of people who are thinking 200 and 300 years ahead, and we're thinking about tomorrow. You got people who are thinking 200 and 300 years ahead about how they're going to leave their children's children some wealth. And we got the most genius children, and we don't feed them anything. Feed them a vaccine. Feed them a public school to prison pipeline that is not going to do anything. There's no reason our children should not be able to read by 3rd grade. That's right. Because they've already got a bed waiting for them. That's right. That's right. So it should be our job to make sure that bed stays empty. And if that means that elders have to get together and teach some after school class, because it's about balance.
Right.
It's about balance. So if we know our children aren't getting Black history at school,
right,
which is very important. Important. How can you move forward when you don't know where you came from? How can you be a leaf or a branch on the tree and you don't know the roots from which you came?
Right.
So it's so important. So we leave them in the public school to prison pipeline. Why don't we have classes at night? That's free.
Right.
All it takes is a desire, initiative, and moving together as a collective group. Business. Our dollar rotates in the Black community less than 6 hours. I think the longest it stays in the Asian community for almost a month. The Jewish community for like 21 days. I have a Jewish friend, he's an attorney. He says, yes, Yurima, that statement is true. When they say that the Jews call you liquid money, liquid assets, yeah, because money pours right out of our hands into theirs. So collectively, why aren't we having businesses that we are spending with and allowing others? It's not just about us spending. It's not just about us, because that'll only go so far, even though we do spend 1.6 trillion a year. That's right. We make everybody else rich but ourselves. That's right. While our communities are dilapidated and wretched in despicable conditions.
Mm.
There's a block over there on it's like probably about a block. Mount Burns. Like 4 churches in a block radius.
That's right. In one block.
In one block.
In one block.
And those are the nicest looking establishments on the block.
Right.
Well, you got homeless up the road.
Yeah, that's right.
Every day.
Every day.
And then on Sunday, they come out, they rush into their cars. They ain't trying to be touched.
They trying to be taught.
Right.
That's right.
It's not a bang on the church. But we're talking about accountability, collective growth here.
That's right.
You can't collectively grow when you're moving as an individual, when you've fragmented yourself from the rest of the population. And that's what's going on.
Yes.
So business, we have to support one another, which is why value is so important. If I do not value you,
Right.
if I don't value you, bro, how am I going to buy something from you?
Mm.
I have to value. It's not even the product, it's you.
That's right.
We don't really want to give our money to Walmart. But sure, what are we going to do? When the first killing started, not the first. I think the first one was Alton Sterling. Then it was like the next day or like 27, 28 hours later, then it was Philando Castile. So they had Alton Sterling down there in Louisiana, and then Philando Castile got killed up in St. Paul, Minnesota. And so people reached out. They were like, Yurima, what should we do? I said, well, first and foremost, you got to stop spending money. Why are you going to spend money with the same people killing you?
Right or wrong.
And I understand that, okay, we don't have a lot, which is our fault, not theirs. We've had enough time to build, which is our fault. But stop spending. You should only be spending on needs. Should only be spending on needs, not wants. We have to be disciplined with money. I'm sorry, Jordan's is not a need. It's just not. It's not. Polo Macy's, Michael Kors bag, that's not a need. Those are wants.
That's like
I need to make an announcement. We got a black Honda with the license plate HHR1521 that's blocking somebody in. It's a black Honda. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So every day you hear stories. Somebody goes into a shop, they drop a whole lot of money. They get harassed. Just had a woman up in I think Grand Rapids, Michigan. Get bucks.
What?
6,700 in a tax fit. And they accused her of fraud. Accused her of fraud. Come to find out she's a business owner. Wasn't fraud at all. Once they found out that the store clerk was just on some BS, then they decided to give you an apology. Matter of fact, you can get the stuff for free. We'll give you your money back and give you an apology. She said, no, I want to file suit. Okay, cool. But shouldn't there be a black sax fit in place of that?
That's right. That's right.
And honestly, value. We're talking value here. And I keep it real. For anybody that's listening to me, we're funny about money.
That's right.
We're real funny about money. We do not want to spend with one another. That's not going to work. That's not going to move us together as a people. It's just not.
Right.
It's just not. It's ludicrous to think that we can move forward because it really does take finance to lift the nation.
Right.
And there's so many valuable things that we have. We're such a creative. I mean, when you think about it, the reality is that everything comes from us. They steal everything from us. Let's just be honest. They take everything. Even the resources are stolen from us. They're stolen from a Zebulon.
Yeah.
And so moving into 218, strategy. We need home-based education for our children. Because you have to offset. You have to offset. We're going to have our children in the public school to prison pipeline, and that's exactly what it is. Then you have to offset that with something. At the end of the day, when your child leaves the home, it's information overload. So that means you have to teach harder. So we have to start teaching. I teach young men when hey, your lady's pregnant, you need to start reading to that child in the morning. That's right. That child can hear. That's right. It can hear. You need to start. If you wait until the child is born, it's too late. That's literally the type of society we live in. Because there's so much information and children are being born, they're looking around. What's going on? I'm here. So it's about getting, and here's the thing. The system, their premise, they want to get the mind of the child. When they conquered the natives, the Native Americans, what they did when they set up the reservations, they went and got the young and put them in their European schools, and then took them back to the reservations. Why did they take them back? They want the natives who didn't go through that system to know this is what you aspire to be. Otherwise, in this society, the mirror image of what we want you to be like. But they did it with the children because they knew the elders wasn't going for it. So they snatched it. And once you get the mind of the young, and that's literally what this is a fight for the minds of the young. That's right. Now, for those that, and if people don't care about the next generation, well, then that wouldn't apply to them. Some people don't, they just don't care. They just don't care. That's right. I'm in the game because I care. That's right. That's right. I'm in it because we need that 100-year, 200, 300-year plan. And so for us, by us, all of that sounds great. Hashtag we all we got. Those things sound great. They sound beautiful. The games to be sold, not told. That it all sounds great. It sounds good. But if you're not implementing, if you're not executing, then it's just talk. It's just talk. And so again, to execute, it has to be implemented every day of your life. When you wake up in the morning, it has to be, I'm looking in the mirror, Black history. And for my child today, what is going to be the lesson for myself today? Every day. Principle. Every day. What is my purpose? Every day I'm thinking unity. Every day, collective group economics and responsibility. What is my responsibility to not only myself, but the community at large? What is my responsibility? Every day, what is the reality of what I'm dealing with? Who's going to get it and who's not? And we can't let that be a deterrent because we're quick. We're very quick. We're like this. We go in for a bank loan. We don't get it. We try another bank. We don't get it. And I'm through. Banks ain't giving up nothing. That's how we move amongst one another. I try to talk to this person, they don't get it. I try to talk to them, they don't get it. Man, I'm through with this. Me, I'm the type, I'm going to all 1,000. If there's 1,000 banks in the state, I'm going to all 1,000 until I get a yes. Because I think the odds, you're going to more, I think I'm going to win.
That's right.
I have a philosophy. There's 7 billion, if there's over 7 billion people on planet Earth, somebody's going to say yes. Somebody, I just got to find them, but somebody's going to say yes. And so we can't be so easily swayed and give up.
Right. That's right.
Because you got a lot of knuckleheads.
That's right.
You got a lot of knuckleheads.
Right.
But the reality is this, you got, with all the knuckleheads, with all the ratchetness, with all the stupidity, Fidel Castro started a revolution.
Sure
with 8
did.
people.
Sure did.
With 8.
Shook it up.
And with what president since 1959 until he stepped down? Yeah, 8 people.
Right.
So it don't take many.
That's right.
But the ones who move as a collective, we have to do that. We have to. And again, the problem, we know what the problem is. We're just unified as a group of people. We don't value one another. Because if we did, it would show. These once-a-year events, they're great. They really are. But we should be doing this every day. 365. Exactly. Exactly. That's right. And the concept of coming together, we come together when there's a dead body. Somebody's gotten shot. And we want to scream on the police. But we're not coming together when there's no dead body. We need to come together just to come together. We need to come together just to sit down and talk.
That's right.
Talk can be heavier, it can be light, but we need to be doing it together. Why? Because we need to start getting used to that. It disgusts me walking through the community. People don't even say hi.
That's right.
People was like, they
Right,
walking.
right.
And either that or their phone is glued to their hand. So the phone has become connected to the body now.
That's a white person walking through this speak.
Oh, hey, exactly. Exactly. Right, how you do exactly. I go to Lincoln Cafe periodically. And so whenever brothers come through the door, and I'm a people watcher. Yeah. So whenever brothers come through the door, or anybody melanated comes through the door, people is looking. Who is that? What do you do? White man or woman comes through, nobody pays them any attention. They might be the ones there to kill you. I don't care. But nobody even questions it.
Right.
That's a psychosis we got. That's a sickness. Where we can be in our own community and we look at each other and are very territorial. But those who don't even occupy our community, unless they come to try to gentrify it, those who don't occupy it, we don't even question.
Right. What you do. Right.
Security. It's security. Security. I was down on a work site at Poindexter. The project they're building. White dude just comes up with a damn Confederate flag on his truck. Right. Brothers ain't saying nothing. Nothing. But step on their shoes. And this is the sickness. This is the psychosis. So we got to call it out. And then we have to execute. Men have to go out in the community.
That's right.
Men have to be in the community. It's imperative. It's imperative because why? If 50, 60 men come walking through the community, it's different than 1 or 2. Right. 50, 60 men come walking through the community unified.
That's right.
Youngsters is looking, damn, what's going on? Because we know. We want to know. We want to be in everything but calm. So everybody's, what's doing? Then you can spit something to them. You can give them something. This is what we're doing. We're trying to clean up this community. As a matter of fact, get that piece of trash up. Why is that piece of trash important? Because it reflects on what you think about your community. If you're throwing trash down in your community, let's go to Upper Arlington. Yeah. Tell me if you see any trash. Then you'll know what I'm talking about. Gahanna, New Albany, all of that. So how you feel about it, these are small things. Just little things. But we look at them and it's like, or it's somebody else's problem. It's not somebody else's problem. It's our problem. Because we live here. I make it a point. Open the sister be like, sure, open the door. I'm just opening the door for you. Because that's what men do. Okay. Thank you. No, there ain't no catch. Ain't no catch. I ain't trying to get nothing.
Sexual assault. That's sexual assault now.
I've been guilty of it.
I'm guilty of it too. It's dangerous to be a gentleman.
Yeah, exactly. But these are things that we've gotten away from. And they say that the first how you can tell in society when it's decline is the lack of morals. When the morals lack. They tell that's how you can tell when a society is about to go out of power and somebody else is about to take over. The first thing is morals. That's right. And so yeah, and so strategy. We need to be getting together. I have a program. The acronym is called PLEAS. PLEES. I pose a question to you and I talk about that. Black political party. Why don't we have our own black political party? Well, this is important. We've been here long enough, we should have our own. We know that the Democrats and Republicans is the fraud. They've done nothing for us. Right. Absolutely nothing. Neither party. And the only time they come is when they want to vote. And once they reach their agenda, which is our vote, they give us nothing back in return. But I mean, I would do that too.
Right.
If I could just take something from you and not give anything back in return, if you're going to allow it, well, I mean, hey. So why don't we have our own black political party? So PLEAS stands for PLEES, our black political party. Land. Land is imperative. Why do we live in communities for 30 and 40 years and we don't own anything in the community? And they complain about gentrification. Part of the reason gentrification takes place is because you don't own anything, so somebody else comes in and buys. Now, I know that there's eminent domain as well. Right. But what we're talking about is communities where you live in a place, an establishment, a building, and you don't own it. And so then people say, well, I want it, because they see value. We don't see value. They see value. So even all around the country, you see white people gentrify. They want the city back. Because they see value, we don't. Even under the trash, right? Even under the trash that is on the ground, they see value. Right. Yeah, exactly. So land. So you got black political party. You got land. Economics. That's the E. That's the first E. Economics. Economics deals on a whole gamut of things. You're talking cryptocurrency now, but you're also talking black banks or black credit unions. And when we talk economics, we're also talking about black accountability. Where are dollars going? How can these dollars be levied out if you are dealing with a black financial institution? How is this money levied out? And we're going to make you accountable for the levying of that money. Because what white businesses or white financial institutions do, they levy it out to their people. So even when you come in, when you see in the community black construction teams, a lot of or white construction teams, a lot of them got that money levied to them through white banks, white financial institutions. Absolutely. So we need black banks, black credit unions. We need to hold them accountable. That's right. Education. That's the second. Education. That's the foundation, or at least one of the foundations. And I'm not talking about the academic European education. Our children need knowledge of self. That's right. They need knowledge of self. It's a shame in 2016, last year in Virginia, last year, they did another study with the black and white dolls. And not too much has changed from when that study was first done in 1954. Yeah, it's gotten worse. And it doesn't help that you got brothers and sisters out here skin bleaching. So it's now moved from Kebulon, Africa, and Jamaica to over here. Right. So education, but it's got it. You can't expect the school system to educate, give our melanated children the education that they need. We have to do that. I do leadership training periodically. They asked me to do leadership training because some of the teachers that come from the suburbs, I have to let them know our children are different. And it's a good thing. That's a good thing. And so you can't treat them like you treat them suburban kids because they come from a different area. It's traumatized, it's trauma, everything. We have yet to heal. We have yet to have a healing session. Healing. That's right. So important. That's right. Our people were kicked out of the bowels of a slave system that was so atrocious, so horrific, and we were just told to make it. We're going to sit down from a psychological standpoint or talking amongst one another. And that's part of the psychosis. We don't talk, we don't communicate because we're all traumatized. All of us. Now, we might not want to admit it. That's right. No. But I know I'm messed up. How could I not be? How could I not be here in a system that every day I'm under attack? Right. And that's real. We just got to admit that. We are under attack. Our communities are under attack. And so education is very important, but the key foundation to it all, spirituality. That's what the S stands for. No, I did not say religion. I said spirituality. That's right. Because spirituality, that's the essence from here. That's the essence. We come from the essence of the divine. Right. Before there was any religion put on top of that. Because the divine didn't put no religion on it. The divine is just the divine. That's just that energy. So man had to come up with something. Yeah. He had to come up with something in his finite thinking. And then in that finite way of thinking, he said, well, I can put some controls on this too. So I can mass control people, right? So we have these divided religions and all. No, what we're talking about is spirituality. So then that way, if see, we have to because we have to cut out all the barriers that divide us. Right. So instead of, well, I'm Muslim, brother. I'm Christian. I don't really mess with the Christians. I mean, you that. So we're spiritual beings having a human experience. That's right. That's right. So whatever your religious affiliation, let's talk about this spiritual affiliation that we have. We're all interconnected. I'm interconnected with you, brother. I'm interconnected with you. We all have that interconnection. That would be the barrier that breaks down to where now we can talk. We ain't even got to get on the religious side. We ain't even got to go there. Matter of fact, once we get our communities back right. Because at the end of the day, here, why is it important? Why is black politics important? Because if you're going to be here, right? You're going to be here. If you're not talking about moving to a Kebulon, being up under a black government, a black regime, which in some cases even that can be right. Come on, say it. I want to talk about Zimbabwe and how they just sold out. Yeah. So even sometimes those black regimes, right, are just as bad. That's right. But let's not get it twisted because they will tell because again, see, we'll focus on that. We'll focus on that. It's easy to focus on us because we feel powerless to focus on anybody else. We feel powerless to go up against anybody else. But the truth of the matter is that many melanated people will call out African governments. Okay, that's great, but what about that 362 billion in gold that Queen Elizabeth has in her vault over there, stolen from a Kebulon? How about it? What about this U.S. government that brought drugs into the community? CIA has admitted that this was done, but you still got melanated men, women, and children incarcerated. So don't tell me about an African government that's corrupt. All these governments are corrupt. Let's not just focus on the one because it's easy, because it's somebody that looks like me, because we do that as well. So 2018, that's all got to stop. And I'm not saying don't hold people accountable. But if you're going to do it, don't pick and choose. Let's do it across the board. Everybody accountable. Those that look like you and those that don't, more so. And then understand that those that look like you, while you're making them accountable, there's a reason for that. And it predates those that don't look like you. Conquerors. So Black political party, it's important if you're going to be here, we need our own party. Need our own party. Yes, PL. Politics. No, that's it. That's it.
So it's 2 E's.
It's 2 E's. Instead of please, PLEASE. It's PLEES. Yeah. And so Black political party, we need to be looking at that. So we need to be executing on that. Why? Because you might say, well, what's the possibility of us getting in office? Well, what's the possibility of us getting in office now? But you have more negotiating power. Because if the vote is really that important and you have your own party, then you can at least negotiate the terms. You can have your own Black lobbyists too. You can hold your own political leaders accountable, just like they hold theirs. So when they go for votes and stuff that we don't even hear about until after it's done, and they just vote our lives away because one of their politicians has been caught in a very compromising situation, and he don't want those pictures or those tapes or those videos exposed, so he goes along to get along. Well, strategy. Set up your own party too. But if you're expecting somebody else to do something for you, and that's why we continue to lose, nobody else is going to do the job that we need to do. Nobody is going to teach our children the way that we can love others like we love ourselves. Exactly. Nobody. As a matter of fact, they're going to disrespect you. That's right. Because we disrespect each other. So this year is about Black love. That's right. Black love. It's about valuing one another. And really seeing value. Really seeing value. Because we're valuable. Everybody say that. We're valuable.
We're valuable.
We are valuable.
We are valuable.
I see value. I see the orb, the shining light. I see value. I see value. I see value in everyone. And we have to take this out with us. And then when you're out and you don't see any of us, but you see another brother or sister, you got to see the value in that. Because once we start to see the value in one another, then we can start to connect. Then we can start to connect. We can start to communicate. We can start to talk. Period. So important. We also, the value is so important too because what I see out here, I need to see that in the building. But it's going to take us as a collective to make that happen. Pop-up vendor things, that's cool. But wouldn't you like a place where you could actually go and know that it's there and know that it's ours? It's value. That's what we have to push. That's how we have to move. And what's it going to take to get there? It's going to take us sitting down. It's going to take us sitting down, not once, not twice. Yeah. This is a lifelong journey. Exactly. So it's going to take us sitting down and talking. And it's also going to take the reality of this, your revolution. Because this is literally what we're talking about. The reality is that you might not see the win. You probably won't. But at the end of the day, you're in it because you want to get it started. Because you know the value of our children and their children and their children's children's children that are coming after. Mm-hmm. So you set the pace. It is. It is. And so that has to be 2018. Let's make that the measure. I do these things around the country called Unity Walks. As a matter of fact, they got one that they're going to be doing February 10th in San Diego, California. But I came up with that concept because I want spaces for us to get together and kick. Network. Talk, build, heal, cry, be angry. Talk about issues that affect us. We got issues in our community that we have to talk about. There's still issues with dark skin and light skin. There's true. As trivial as it might seem, those are still issues in our community. Yeah. Yeah. There are issues that women feel slighted. There are issues in our community where women feel like, damn, bro, all you chase is white women. Right. Those things need to be talked about. See, we cover too much, we brush too much up under the rug. There's children issues with their families. You molested me. That's right. Those things need to come out. Because why? Because we keep that stuff bottled up. Right. And then we have resentment towards one another. And so when you have resentment towards something, you can't see value. Right. You resent them or resent others that look like them. Right. We got things we got to talk about. We got issues to resolve. And sometimes that's the therapy. It's just getting it out. Acknowledge, no, this is what happened. This is what I'm going through. I say, they got AA and NA and all of that. Why don't we have our own group? That's right. Black women should be having groups talking about issues. Black men should be having groups talking about issues. That's right. Brother can't be afraid to say, yo, man, my dad molested me as a kid. And not be shunned for that. Right. Not be looked down or made fun of. Wasn't your fault, dude. Wasn't your fault. Wasn't your fault. Then maybe some others come out. And so, we do the unity walks around the country. The purpose I set that up because we can't always be coming together whenever there's just a dead body. It's too late. It's too late. We got to come together before there's a dead body. Because maybe if we're coming together before there's a dead body, we can stop dead bodies. And then at the end of the day, too, when you look at other communities, the divide in our community is it's noticeable. It's so very noticeable. It's even noticeable by other groups. It's noticeable. It's ridiculous that people can come in our community and set up shop and not even be questioned. Or taxed. I'm from New York, man. I could not go to Chinatown. You can't go to Chinatown and set up shop. You can. Yeah. You're going to be out of business because they ain't shopping with you. And they got a code. The Asians got a code, literally. Like, yo, you can spend money with us, but we're not spending with you. Walk 400 blocks around you and spend time with them. Yeah. You can't do that. You're not going to go into little Italy and set up shop and get any business. But we let Arabs, we let Indians, we let Arabs, and that was the Arab slave trade was even worse than the European. Yes, it was. It still is. It's truth to power, and it still is. They still selling. It still is. Some of the dynamics that we are up under right now. Some of the dynamics that we are up under. When I talk about those over 500 children, black teens in D.C., Virginia, that's missing, organs are being stolen out of bodies. They're literally siphoning blood out of black bodies. And this is real. This is stuff you can look up. I'm not talking on what I know. That's right. The founder of PayPal, he gets blood injections often. The founder of PayPal. And he says the younger the children, the better, because they don't have all the impurities that adults do. So this is literally what we're up against. They've estimated that there's 36 million people worldwide enslaved. They just cut, they had 36 million worldwide slaves. Whether they're in somebody's basement over in Dubai, whether it's organ harvesting, whether it's sex slaves, right? People come up in our communities missing. We don't have an Amber Alert for us. No. Every time my iPhone goes off for an Amber Alert, it's never a melody. Never, not once have I seen it. But yet we got children coming up missing out of our communities, and we don't question. How do you have over 500 children in the DC, Virginia area, and you not screaming about it. We not screaming about it. Even if we in California, we should be screaming about that, but that's how divided our communities are. Because the Asians would be screaming about it. But what's going on with our children? The Jews would be screaming about it. The Ashkenazis. So this is why we have to see the value in one another, because nobody else is. Nobody else is. They love our culture, but they don't love our skin. So the culture won't, they'll come in and steal something real quick. Including you. Including you, exactly. Right, including you. I mean, sometimes when I drive late at night, I see vans with no windows running. They're sitting in Walmart parking lots. Not just one van, there'll be 5 or 6 of them. No windows on them. I see the steam coming out the back of the engine. They just running, tinted windows, can't see. Then you hear about people getting snatched. Oh yeah, my daughter got snatched. This is what's going on. And so this year it's about valuing one another. Value. And strategies. Let's open up some people's homes. Let's open up some community centers. There's 6 degrees of separation in this city. So everybody knows somebody who knows somebody else. Let's open up some doors and have these conversations. And then most of all, execution. Because we know the issues. We just have a hard time getting them off our butts and moving out. And that's what it's going to take. Execution. Value. And again, I will say, if we don't value one another, who else is? If you don't love self, who else is? Besides mom. And it's a long overdue. It's long overdue. We should have, you know, it's a damn shame. We should have a black gas station that we can go to. Right. And make no mistake about it, the blueprint is here. So we don't need a new blueprint. The blueprint was, look, Marcus Mosiah Garvey laid the blueprint. Malcolm X laid the blueprint. For economics, Dr. Claude Anderson, Powernomics, laid the blueprint. So the blueprints are here. We don't need a new book. What we need to do is cipher on the books that are already here that we might have missed some chapters. Right. We skipped over. Because the blueprints are here. We don't need no new books. We need to implement what's already been there. Dr. Claude, he got the tier for Powernomics. Black Boulay kicked him out of Detroit. Blocked him. He wanted to start with Detroit, block to block, and show you, set the blueprint for you. They kicked him out. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. And that will continue to happen unless we collectively say, no, we value one another. We value. We're not going to allow it. So I don't want to take too much time. Is there any questions? How do we get a hold of your organization? You can connect with me on my website. I brought cards with me. I will have to go get them, but you can connect with me on www.greencom.com. Also, as far as the Unity Walk, you can go to the webpage www.theunitywalk.com. It's the. Put in just Unity Walk. I think something will come up with Alzheimer's or something. Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that walk? Can we start a walk here?
Absolutely. I've actually had about 6 walks.
Okay. Well, that's something. A little bit more about the walks and what we can do with kind of how you do the walks.
Okay. Well, I started the walks last year. We had the first one last 2016. I think it was June of last year. Had it in Franklin Park. The walks is basically summertime. We're going to do it outside. And all the ones that we've had that have been in the summer, we've had at Franklin Park. Otherwise, I have them in the library. And like I said, it's just for us to get together. It's a place where melanated people get together. I set a date, a time, a location, and we just get together and we talk and we build. And then we try to, what is the main thing is trying to get people to bring somebody back to next time, but also setting up agendas. And so when you come back the next time, then you report on what you did, what you implemented. It's just things about execution.
So it's not necessarily a walk per se.
It's really a get together. But I call it the unity walk because here's the thing. And Dr. Claude talks about this. And they actually had a law in 1705. Here's the thing. And it's still probably active today, even though we don't probably look at it like that. But the fact of the matter is, they say wherever there's 6 or more black people gathered, there needs to be 1 white person, because they want to get that information. They want to know what we're talking about. And so when I started this, I said, well, if a group of people, if we're all gathered, people get scared. We had a walk in Fayetteville, North Carolina, and we were down in the downtown area, and literally it was a group of us, and the white people that were passing, it was like, and this lets you know that it gave me a clear-cut picture of really how our community is, because they were so surprised. Some of them were frightened. You could see it on their face. Some of them were walking by like, because that's a problem. That's a problem whenever a group of people can walk by and be surprised to see black people congregating together and not fighting. That's a problem for us. That's an issue. That should be normal. People should be walking by, and keep it moving, because it should be just that normal for them to see melanated people connect. And so I do the walk because I wanted to make sure, like, if it became an issue with a whole bunch of us, well, we can walk. So when the police get called, we're out in the park, we're walking. When they see a group of blacks. And it's a shame, but it is what it is. So that's why I set it up like that.
That's very smart. Very smart.
So,
do we have any other?
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, mid-size sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own 2 Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at 2 Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes Hella Blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and has since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love, 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 love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I'm a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
Greetings, friends and family. I am Stephanie R. Bridges, and I am so excited to be presenting children's books that are written, published, and illustrated by Black creators, specifically with you in mind. Be sure to check out bridgesbookclub.com to get these titles and more. Special thanks goes out to the Tawi Family Village and Dr. Jill Jackson for hosting the Ohio Kwanzaa 2020 celebration. Charting a legacy. This is day one of the celebration, and our Kwanzaa principle is Umoja, which means unity. It is so important that we unite as a family, community, a nation, and a race. Today, I will be reading a book that I wrote. And we all just get along. And this is a book that I wrote, and this one was illustrated by Freddie Crochon. And here is a picture of me and Freddie. And he did an awesome job. My name is Nandi, and every now and then I cannot help but wonder, can we all just get along? I think it should be a poem, or maybe even a rhythm and blues song. Do-wop, do-do-do-wop. I would harmonize folk lyrics every day until my sister and my brothers saw things my way. Can we all just get along? They fuss and fight all the time while I sit back spitting hip-hop rhymes. Oh, yeah. I would rock out to a funky soul beat and provide lots of examples of how we can all keep the peace. When my older brother, Khalil, comes around to start stuff, I play fight right along with him because I know I'm Afro Puff Tough. We keep laughing and running and trying to get the last hit until we break a lamp or my mom yells, "Will you two please quit?" When my older sister Asha watches singing and dancing competitions on the couch, we push each other off laughing and screaming, "Ouch!" During commercials, we sing and dance for pretend auditions. Then we sit back down, half playing and half paying attention. When my older brother Jelani goes out to play sports, I am the first to join the team. Playing with the older kids is a little sister's dream. Once the game's all over, my big brother is always so proud of my athletic ability, speed, strength, and agility. To be exact, all of my siblings have my back. When my mother loses track of the "I am the baby of the bunch" fact. When we're at the store and my mother says no, Khalil steps to the front like my hero. "I'll take the doll, necklace, and the chewing gum." When mom insists I can't get a thing from the mall because it's my sister's say, Asha steps into a shore. "Nandi getting clothes is what I want for my birthday." When I come in the house all teary-eyed, Jelani rushes to my side. "Are you all right?" And once assured the worst is through, he turns to my mother. "What did you do?" This leaves my mother in awe and wonder because none, not nary one of my other siblings get along with each other. They fuss, ruckus, argue, fight. Some are small tiffs. "You looked at me too." Some are just myths. "I called it before you." Then the big riffs. "Don't you ever, never, ever come in my room." My mother says once she's gone, we'll only have each other. Yes, Lord, I am the keeper of my sister and my brothers. If they get out of line, Mommy, no need to worry. I'll perform a jazz scat and get them together in a hurry. Shoo-ba-doo-wee, bop-ba-doo-dee. Even though I am the baby of the bunch, I gladly accept my role as glue. I will keep chasing, singing, and playing with Khalil, Asha, and Jelani until they realize what I always knew. We are all brothers and sisters, and sticking together is what families do. Man. The end.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at Two Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and it's since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
My name is Muatabu Okanta. I'm known as the Muntu Kuntu energy poet. Muntu. It means the life force, the God force in human beings. Kuntu. It means the life force, the God force in art, in music, in poetry, in dance, in our culture. I want to thank my sister, Sandra Essie Bryant for asking me to join you for Kwanzaa. It is that time of year again. And for me, Kwanzaa is a very, very special time. It is the season of our first fruits. It is the season where we come together to celebrate the fruits of our labor. And it's a special time this year because this year has been a long year. It's been a difficult year. We've lost loved ones. Loved ones have fallen ill. But somehow we have survived. And here we are, coming together once again. The village, the family, our elders, our children, our contemporaries, coming together to share our stories, but coming together to reconnect with our ancestral energy, to ask them to come to guide and continue to protect us. Because we're descended from those people who refused to die, who survived the dungeons and the Middle Passage and the plantations, who became new peoples of African descent in the fiery furnace of that thing called slavery. But we are still here. And if our ancestors could survive what they survived, we can survive this. And this too will pass. It is Kwanzaa time. So in the spirit of the Nguzo Saba, I would like to share my story with you. I would like you to think about your story, because we all have stories to tell. And each one of our individual stories is a chapter in this book of Africans in the New World. The poem is called Poem for the Living. It's an epic poem. And Vince and I are going to riff. The poem is in honor of Sheikh Anta Diop. And we begin with a lament. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. A long way from home. To whom do I say? It is because of our living dead that I speak. Hear their words, the words of our departed, the faces forgotten or never seen, the lives intuitively felt, the dreaming of our dead inhabiting our bodies, making us ache. Africa, what is Africa to me? The questions remain the same. County Cullen wanted to know why God would make a poet black, and bid him sing. Langston Hughes lamented Afro-American fragments. They knew the feeling. They bore the cross Black poets have to bear. Singers and poets move amongst every people. Even in this America, too blind, arrogant to remember, to care. The poet's journey is personal when people have forgotten how to listen to the real power inside our own song. It began as inner feeling, as feeling before, beyond words. It was there before I learned the meaning of my own blackness. Little boy times and innocent questions that altered expressions on adult faces. I wanted to know if God was white like the pictures of his son, Jesus. Questions left unanswered. Questions that would root my words deep in the soul soil of an age-old poet tree. By that summer of '63, only Little League mattered. I did not know about deferred dreams. It was not so special white boys played on my team. I was too young and far removed to know about movements then. It was not for me to know we were black dreams born into flesh. I knew only that my mother and grandmothers fussed and fumed over little Smitty. I remembered nothing of stories, sleepless nights. My mother sheer-willed her man-child into the light of each new day. I remember my South Carolina Geechee grandfather who refused to speak the white man's tongue, who watched them Yankees and the real Sugar Ray, who chewed cigars and drank homemade wine from the Jersey urban earth. My grandfather dressed in his Bethsaida Baptist Church blue suit, hands folded, looking coffin still, looking more asleep than dead. I can never forget the look on my father's face when he watched television the day assassins gunned Malcolm down. I remember the power of that silence, that Wilbur Smith had been one on the black, blue-collar, middle-class block, who talked to the brothers who sold the Mohammed Speaks. How could I know Malcolm's vision then? It would be years before I would know the man, magic man in Malcolm's voice. It was not for me to know the fire in my father's eyes would soon flame inside my own. It began as something deeply felt, a feeling, nothing the proverbial finger could be placed upon. It surfaced the first time that night, a bullet blotted King from our sight. I knew something changed in me then. I remember being unable to mouth the Pledge of Allegiance that morning after. The white hollow ring resounding from empty words made me begin to see in a different light. In a different light. Kwanzaa is that time when we come together, talk to each other. We are a diverse community. We come together in our own new tribes, light-skinned, dark-skinned, urban, suburban, rural, old, young, good hair, bad hair. We come together, the good, the bad, and the ugly. We come together to be one. Ikwaiama in his Healers tells us the present is where we get lost if we forget our past and have no vision for the future. So Kwanzaa is that time when we come together to remember our past. What happens to a people after all the years, after all the private corners of our nights, after the acceptance of pain in our lives, after the coming of age of our agelessness? What happens when out of darkness, a deeper darkness, a darkness deeper than death, and you can see it, can see, touch, can feel it, can become one with its warm light? What happens? Born of grandmothers left to scrub the venom the white people put into calling us nigger black on cold water wash basin mornings. Grandmothers scrubbing, grandmothers and amens, grandmothers and hallelujahs, grandmothers and thank you Jesus, grandmothers and the will to wish we little ones would never grow to know nigger black and old. Our grandmothers who nurtured us and healed us. We are a people in need of healing. What happens? A surreal strangeness being in places still forbidden. A new plainness. Too many black people still cannot look the white people in the eyes. We still live for massa until we die, long for a freer freedom, looking for signs. What happens? Kwame Nkrumah taught us that we are not Africans because we are born in Africa. We are Africans because Africa is born in us. And Kwanzaa is that time when we come together to celebrate the Africa in us. I was in college when I met my first African from Africa. He said, I am from Africa. I remember being confused. If he was from Africa, what did that make me? Stunned into screaming silence, I did not sleep that night. I spent that night looking into mirrors, looking for Africa in my own face. I looked into questions. What was just American, or Negro, or colored, or nigger, or black - American? I did not know how to see Africa reflected in my own face. I did not know how to see Africa in America's dark race. I remember feeling made me go to Africa. I heard Africa calling my name. I was not dreaming. I was in Africa. Africa calling my name sounds pushing me to sink my roots in native soil, to seek nourishment, to heal my wounded soul. Africa. It arrested me. freed me to the core. I knew faces. They were the same faces, only more. Faces moved me to sea search the Africa water deep inside a kidnapped people's lore. I saw Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Harlem, Huff, Liberty City, South Philly, Atlanta, Chocolate City, D.C. made plain. The scenes, sounds, smells, rhythm, rhyme, black colors, motion, time was the same. I searched for black self. Searched for the Africa I encountered at Chief Shawande's feet. I searched for the Africa in me. Kwanzaa is that time to search for the Africa in we. I want to thank you for your time and your attention. I want to give thanks to my brother Vince Babayao Robinson. And I want to leave you with words from The Healers by Kwai Armand. Often our confusion comes merely from impatience. The disease has run unchecked through centuries. Yet sometimes we dream of ending it in our little lifetimes. And despair seizes us if we do not see the end in sight. A healer needs to see beyond the present and tomorrow. He needs to see years and decades ahead, because healers work for results so firm they may not be wholly visible till centuries have flowed into millennia. Those willing to do this necessary work, they are the healers of our people. And so Kwanzaa is that time when our storytellers, our singers, our poets, our players of instruments, our healers come together. Kwanzaa is our time. Thank you and peace. Tongue got twisted up in there a couple times, but I got through it.
The only person that knows is you, brother.
Right.
You're writing your own script.
I'm telling you. Wow, each time we do this, man, it just gets better.
I love it, man. I'm loving it. Let me play my bass.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Unity, to strive for and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. We are here tonight to celebrate the second principle of the Ikuji Saga. During Kwanzaa, we celebrate Kuji Chakalia. Kuji Chakalia is self-determination, to define ourselves, name ourselves, create for ourselves, and speak for ourselves, instead of being defined, named, created, and spoken for by others. On the third day of Kwanzaa, we celebrate Ujima, collective work and responsibility, to build and maintain our own communities together and make our sisters and brothers' problems our problems, and to solve them together. On the fourth day of Kwanzaa, we celebrate Ujima, cooperative economics, to build and maintain our own stores, shops, and other businesses, and to profit from them together. On the fifth day of Kwanzaa, we celebrate Nia, purpose, to make our collective vocation and build and develop our communities in order to restore back to their traditional greatness. On the sixth day of Kwanzaa, we celebrate Kumba, creativity, to do always as much as we can in the ways that we can in order to leave our communities more beautiful and beneficial than we inherited them. Imani, faith, which is the seventh day of Kwanzaa, to believe with all of our heart in our people, our parents, our teachers, our leaders, and the righteous and victory of our struggle. In the spirit of Kuji Chakalia, self-determination, adopt these principles in your daily lives, and self-determination will clearly be manifested. Asante Sana and being Kuji Chakalia in the second principle.
I say.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Peace. This is Brother Hatim, and I want to say hi to the group. Hey, the group, can y'all say hi? Hi! All right, now we doing a live story, and we doing right now the story called The Magic Bird. Now, I'm doing it with this group because they already experienced the Magic Bird, and they know how to do it, don't y'all? Yeah! We gonna turn it out, right? Yeah! All right, so now, this story is called The Magic Bird, and all of y'all know that all my stories start which way? That way and far, 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 far away. Once there was a group of villages. Now, this was the villages of the Yami people. And the Yami people are known worldwide for all of their accomplishments. But this was before they became famous. Before they became famous, they were attacked by a swarm of birds. Now, these weren't ordinary birds. These was magic birds. And these magic birds would come and take their food, but it would be a particular type of food that they would take. They only would take prepared food. So this means that they never attacked the cows. They never attacked the goats. They never attacked the corn. They never went out in the field or went to the fruit trees. They will only take the food if you have prepared it and made it ready to eat. So that meant that the goats were safe as long as you didn't want to make goat soup. Or the cows were safe as long as you didn't make hamburgers. As soon as you got done cooking it and was about to put it up in your mouth and eat it, guess what would happen? The birds would appear and take it. And this happened to everybody at the same time. So you, and you could all be eating at the same time in different villages, and all at the same time, the birds would appear and do what? So if you had, what's your favorite food? And you had your favorite food? Gotta talk loud. French fries, and you had chicken and rice, and you had broccoli, and you had, all right, somebody said strawberries, you. This one right here that I'm pointing at, right here, you, in the red shirt. Huh? Hot dogs. And you. Huh? Fudge. Okay, and you.
French fries.
French fries, and you.
Gingies.
All right, and you.
Carrot.
And you.
Hamburger.
And you.
Wendy's.
And you. You know, wait, hold on. You know Wendy's is not a food. What type of food?
Corn.
Okay. And you.
Popcorn.
And you. Okay, double-decker hamburger. Talk loud so you can be heard. And you.
And a sandwich.
Sandwich. Last one. And you.
A pizza.
All of y'all had all y'all food at the same time. These birds will appear and do what? Now, this was going on for a while. And the elders finally came together and decided. The elders came together and decided that they need to handle this situation. They decided that they needed to deal with these birds. So they went and got one guy, because he was an excellent nation builder, and his name was Chaco. And they gave Chaco the responsibility to go out and get rid of these birds. Because these birds was taking all the food, so now the children was miserable. The parents were miserable. The grandparents were miserable because these birds was taking their food. So they told Chaco, they said, Chaco, we're going to give you the responsibility because the future of the villages lie in your hand. So Chaco came, and Chaco decided the best way to handle it was to find the source of the magic. Because magic, just like any other problem that you're going to experience in your life, can be solved best if you get to the root. So magic, if you found the root of the magic, you can stop the problem. So he figured the birds wasn't the root of the magic. He figured the birds were the symptom of the magic. So he wanted to go and find the root of the magic. So what he did was he got the best trackers. Nyami people was famous because they were good trackers. And they sent out a tracker from each village to go out and find where these birds come from. Now the birds moved so fast that you couldn't see them, so it took these trackers weeks. And every now and then they would find a broken branch, and they would follow it. And they would find some magic bird poop. And they would follow it, and they would find a little footprint, and they would follow it. And eventually, they all found where the birds were coming from. And guess where they was coming from?
The magic tree.
How did y'all know it was a magic tree? It was a magic tree. It was a magic tree. And they brought it back to Chaco, and they said, Chaco, there's a magic tree. And Chaco said, how you know it's a magic tree? They said, we know this land we know this land like we know the back of our hands, and we especially know all the old trees. And this tree wasn't there last season. This tree is bigger than every tree, and this tree looks older than every tree, and none of us, all the trackers agreed from all the villages that none of us have ever seen this tree before. So the tree must be the magic. It must be magic. So Chaco decides, well, this is an easy problem, so we just going to send somebody to chop down the tree. But I wonder who we are going to send to chop down this tree. You know who we're going to send first? Who? That's right. We're going to go to the elders, and we're going to get the elders to chop down the trees because the elders got the most experience. They're going to be able to do it quickly. And since they're dealing with magic, most of the tricks that will come from the tree, the elders will be ready for because they lived a long life. They're wise enough to deal with the magic. So he gathered all the elders around the sacred campground, and he calls them all, and he says, elders, I've gathered you here today because I have an important mission for you. You know that our villages have been plagued. We have had a problem for months. And the very life of each one of these villages and our children and your grandchildren lie in your hands right now. We need to go out. Better yet, y'all need to go out because I'm going to stay here at the command center and make sure everything go well. Y'all need to go out to this magic tree and cut down the tree because I believe that once we get rid of the tree, we get rid of the birds. So the elders at first was kind of like not agreeing, you know, because they like, your logic don't sound right, Sonny. You know what I'm saying? Don't sound right. So Chaco figured he had to get them hyped up. He said, I, like you, am tired of these birds. If you are tired of these birds, let me hear you say yeah. Yeah! If you are you tired of these birds taking your hamburgers? Yeah! Are you tired of these birds taking your pizza? Yeah! Are you tired of these birds taking your broccoli? Yeah! Your goat stew? Yeah! Your hamburgers? Yeah! Your candy? Then you must agree with me that these birds got to go. And Chaco stopped, and then he looked at him like I'm looking at you now. And he said, the only solution is down with the birds.
Down with the birds! 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 Down with the birds!
Down with the birds! They chanted it and chanted it, and then they broke up and they went and got their axes. They went and got their spears. They went and got their shields. They went and got their bows and arrows. They went and got their swords, and they all came back to the meeting ground, and they all marched out to the tree. And when they got within sight of the tree, they weren't expecting to see what they saw. This was the most beautiful sight that any of them in all of their long lives had ever seen. The birds sitting on the tree with all the different colors made the tree look like it was on fire. The birds was such a beautiful sight sitting on this majestic tree out on top of the hill. So they decided that they knew that they had to chop this tree down because that truly was a magical sight. So they surrounded the tree and they put the shields up front. And behind the shields, they put the swords. And behind the swords, they had individuals with spears. And behind them people were the people with the axes. And up farther back was the archers. And they had all set up ready just in case the birds were going to attack. And they slowly moved in on the tree, step by step, watching the birds, making sure that they were not ready to attack. But the birds never moved. Actually, the birds sat there like statues. Every now and then, one would move. But they didn't. They just sat there. And as they got close enough to the tree, they put the shields up over their heads. And from behind, everybody ran the best axe people. And they ran up. And they started chopping at the tree. And they did.
Chop! Chop!
And on the third chop, all the birds looked down at the same time. Then they looked up and they started singing. They started singing a song that was so beautiful and so magical that it stopped the elders in their tracks. Now, this wasn't no ordinary song. This ain't no song that you can turn on and listen to on the radio. This was a song that not only touched their ears, but this song touched their hearts. Because in the song, it was about the elders' past. And the elders fell out into it, and they really got involved with the music. Some of them started to cry. The music was so beautiful. They listened to it as the song reminded them of all the things that they had done, reminded them of all the mistakes that they had made, reminded them of love lost and love found, reminded them of their parents and those people who had passed on. And the song was so beautiful that the elders listened all night. And when the sun rose, they all decided that they could not cut down the tree. So they picked up their shields. They picked up their spears. They picked up their swords. They picked up their bows and arrows. And they picked up their axes. And they walked back to their villages. But they sent one person to Chaco's house. And he walked up to the door and he knocked 3 times. Go ahead, somebody knock. Chaco ran to the door. He opened the door. He was excited. He said, "Come on in, elder. Tell me what happened." And the elder sat down. He gave the elder some coffee. They sat down. They started talking. And the elder said, "Well, I got some good news and some bad news for you. Which one you want first?" He said, "Oh, okay." Chaco said, "Good news first." He said, "Well, we didn't cut down the tree." He said, "How is that good news?" He said, "Look, we decided as elders that any bird, any animal that can sing a song that beautiful cannot be evil. And we refuse to chop down that tree." And at that point in time, Chaco looked at the elder and he saw that the elder had been bewitched by these birds. This means that the man was up, all the elders was up under the spell of this bird. So they didn't care what the birds did no more. So he let the elder go and he started thinking, who can I send now? Because the elders, if the elders fail, and they are the best of us, they are the wisest of us, who can I send now? But the only group that was left for him to send was who?
The kids.
No, the warriors and the nation builders. He sent them out. He sent them out. He called them all to him and he said, "Warriors and nation builders, the very life of our villages is in your hands. And I didn't come to you at first because I didn't think that you would be able to accomplish the mission, because we are dealing with some strong magic. In fact, the magic is so strong that it overcame my elders. So now the fate of the village is in your hand." So he go through his whole thing again. He said, "I know, like me, that you are tired of these birds. Are you tired of these birds taking your food? Are you tired of these birds taking your cream of wheat? Are you tired of them taking your Cocoa Puffs? Are you tired of them taking your Captain Crunch? How about taking your hamburgers? Your French fries? Your pizzas?" So then there's only one conclusion, and that conclusion is very simple. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds.
Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds.
Down with the birds. So he sent out all of the nation builders and the warriors. Take your seat. Take your seat. He sent out all the warriors and the nation builders to this tree. And when they got there, they were shocked. And they set up just like the elders. shields in front, swords, spears, and the people with the axe coming in behind. And way in the back was the archers ready to launch the arrows just in case the birds attack. So they moved in slowly with the shields. And as they got closer, they looked up and they noticed how beautiful this tree was. This was the most beautiful tree they ever saw. And with the birds on there, it glowed against the sky. So they moved closer to the tree. And when they got close enough, they raised the shields up above their heads to protect their heads. And the people with the axes jumped up on the tree. And they immediately began to chop.
Chop, chop, chop.
And on the third chop, the birds started singing. But this song didn't affect the warriors and the nation builders. So they kept chopping.
Chop, chop, chop.
So the birds changed their song. And this time, the song caught the warriors and the nation builders. And they immediately stopped. And they dropped the axes. And they dropped the shields. And they dropped the swords. And they dropped the spears. And they dropped their bows and arrows. And they listened to the song. And they started dancing. Because the song, go ahead, go and get up. They started dancing. Having fun. Because the song that the birds sang was about the future and victories to come. The birds sung about love to come. The birds sung about adventures to come. The birds sung about challenges to come. And the warriors and the nation builders got caught up in the magic. Go ahead, grab a seat. So they danced all night. And when the morning came and the sun rised and they were totally exhausted, they talked amongst themselves and they came to the agreement that they could not chop down this tree. So they all picked up their spears, they picked up their swords, they picked up their shields, they picked up their bows and arrows, and lastly they picked up their axes, and they walked back to their villages. And they sent one person to Chaco's house, and he walked up to Chaco's house and he knocked. Chaco jumped up and ran to the door and said, "Man, I'm so glad to see you. Come on in." And he had breakfast prepared. And they sat down and they talked for a minute. And then Chaco said, "Well, how did it go with the tree?" And the nation builder looked at him and said, "Well, Chaco, I got some good news and some bad news." You want the good news or bad news first? Well, the bad news is we didn't cut down the tree. Chaco said, "Yeah, that is bad." So what's the good news? The good news is that we decided we wasn't going to chop down the tree. Chaco said, "What?" And he was about to argue with the man about how the bird has been taking food out of your children's mouths, how the birds have been tormenting the people. And Chaco said, "I'm not even going to argue," because he looked at the man and he saw that the man had been bewitched by the birds. And all of the warriors and the nation builders were up under this spell. Chaco let him go, and for a second, Chaco felt so bad that he wanted to cry because he didn't know what to do now. He didn't know what to do now because the elders had failed, the warriors and the nation builders had failed. That's basically the grandparents and the parents have failed the village. Who else can he depend on to go out and get this tree?
The children!
It just so happened that outside Chaco's window, I'll wait. Outside Chaco's window, some kids was outside playing. And he looked and he thought about it. He said, I guess I don't have anything to lose. I know the elders and the nation builders and the warriors won't like it, but I'm going to have to get the kids to help me. And I'm going to have to go out this time. So he tell one of the kids, he said, come here. I want you to go gather all the children at the sacred meeting grounds. But make sure you don't tell your grandparents or your parents. Y'all come in secret. So all the kids go, and they spread the secret around. They all gather at the camp, at the meeting grounds. And Chaco walks up to the stage and he says, children, the future of our villages are in your hands. The elders, your grandparents, and your parents have failed you. They have all filled up under the spell of this bird. And the only people left for me to call is you. And I need you to come with me. Because we have a mission. We have to destroy the tree that is causing us all this grief. How many of you are tired like me? If you're tired like me of these birds taking your food, say yeah. Are you tired of these fools taking your candy? Yeah. Are you tired of these birds taking your pizza? Yeah. Are you tired of them taking your burritos? Yeah. Are you tired of them taking your goat? Yeah. Are you tired of them taking your soup? Yeah. Are you tired of them taking your vegetables? Yeah. Then there's only one solution, and that solution is down with the birds. Down with the birds.
Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds. Down with the birds.
Down with the birds. So, all the children ran out. All the children ran out, and they grabbed axes, and they grabbed spears. I wait. They grabbed spears. They grabbed shields. And lastly, they grabbed the bows and arrows. And they met Chaco back at the meeting grounds, and Chaco led them out. And as they marched towards where the tree was, and they eventually was able to see the tree, the kids were amazed by the sight of the tree. Because up against the skyline, it looked like the tree was on fire. The birds were so beautiful. The birds were so beautiful. The children saw the tree, and they all dropped the spears, and they all dropped their swords, and they all dropped their shields, and they just ran towards the tree. They ran towards the tree because the tree was so beautiful. And they ran up to the tree, and they immediately started chopping.
Chop, chop, chop.
The birds, all at the same time, looked down and started singing. And the song didn't stop the kids, and the kids kept chopping. So the birds changed the song and started singing another song, but the kids kept on chopping. And the birds tried to sing louder, but the children kept chopping. And the birds kept trying to sing, and they sung louder, and the kids kept chopping. Now, the whole time that this was going on, Chaco was watching. And when the birds sung the first song, Chaco started crying like one of the elders. Then when they sung the second song, he started dancing like the warriors of the nation builders because he fell up under the spell. But the children didn't fall up under the spell. And when they started singing louder, he just basically passed out. But finally, when the children got done chopping, go ahead. The birds stopped singing. And all the children gathered around the back of the tree. And Chaco said, push! And the children said on 3. 1, 2, 3. Timber! The tree fell. But the birds didn't move. And the kids weren't scared. So all the kids ran to the tree and they grabbed one of the birds that looked like a statue. And as they picked up the bird turned into light. And it lit the child up because the bird's magic went into the children. But it wasn't bad magic. Now, as they went back home, Chaco sent the children out to go tell the elders and the warriors and the nation builders to meet them at the sacred campground, the secret meeting place. And everybody came. And they was looking around at the kids celebrating. They asked the kids, why y'all celebrating? And Chaco went on stage and said, we're celebrating because your children have succeeded where you have failed. He said the children did not fall up under the spell of the birds. The birds fell up under the spell of the children. Because the children didn't get caught in the past as the elders did, and because they wasn't so caught into the future like the nation builders and the warriors, and because they was able to focus on now, they were able to do what all you adults could not. So every day we will celebrate these children. Now this is what's special about those children. Those children like you absorbed the magic of the birds. And this group of kids became the generation of the Nyami people that would change them forever. Because these kids all were brilliant after that day. And that's the end of the story.
That's the end of the story.
Y'all say bye.
Bye. Can I say the end?
Go ahead.
The end.
I'm Cleveland Brown, and I'm going to teach you how to do the practice. So, the big hand is supposed to be longer than the small hand. The way I do it, I put it up to right here. The little hand up to right here. Then when I'm done with that, I put the big hand under, and I put it up through that little hole. And then when you have it like this, twist it around and then pull up. If you need to fix it, and then this little hole right here, put it through there.
Hi, Stevie. Hi.
And that is how you do the practice.
Hold on. You gotta tighten it up around your neck. It's not up on your neck. Ah, okay. Okay.
Daddy.
All right. What knot is that again?
The Pratt knot.
Pratt knot. All right. Straighten it up. Pull it up. Pull it down tight around your neck so we can make sure you get it.
It's tight.
wait a minute, y'all look sad. Good. Everybody, let me see a smile. I want your smile to be brighter than that light. Let your smile be the light to light up the world. Where's the light? Thank you. Today I'd like to share a story with you called The Chicken. No, the eagle that thought it was a chicken. Now, did you get it? One more time. The eagle that thought it was a chicken. And this is how the story goes. There was a farmer, and every morning he would wake up just to watch the sunrise. He would do this every morning. One morning he woke and he looked at the sun rising and he saw an eagle flying by. The next morning he woke up and he saw an eagle flying by. And that farmer made up his mind. The farmer decided it was going to follow the eagle, find its nest, take an eaglet, and he did. So the next morning, the sun rose. The farmer looked. He saw the eagle. He followed the eagle, and he went to the nest, and sure enough, there was an eaglet. He waited until the eagle left. He grabbed the eaglet and he took it to his farm, put it in the chicken pen, and said, "Now you are a chicken. You will be a chicken for the rest of your life. You will look like these chickens. You'll act like these chickens. You are a chicken." And that bird began to act just like the chickens. And the other chickens, they were kind. They looked and said, "Ooh, you sure are ugly. You're so big. Why your feathers so big? Why are you so awkward looking? You don't look like us. Where you come from? Who's your mama? Who's your daddy?" And that poor bird began to feel ashamed, afraid, humiliated, sad. And that bird continued to be like that. And the chickens began to make the bird feel that it was useless, because that bird did not know the history of what it was. Then one day, a naturalist was walking by, and he looked in the chicken pen, and he went up to the farmer and he said, "Why do you have an eagle in the chicken pen?" The farmer looked at him and said, "That's not an eagle, that's a chicken. I said it was a chicken, so now it is a chicken." But the naturalist said, "No, that is an eagle. That is the king of the sky. That bird should spread its wings and fly." But the farmer said, "That bird will never fly. It is a chicken." The naturalist said, "Can I try to teach it to fly?" Farmer said, "That's okay with me, but it will never fly." So the naturalist took the eagle and perched it up on top of the fence. He looked at the eagle and he said, "You are an eagle. Your roots are royal. You are majestic. You are the king of the sky. Spread your wings and fly." The bird looked at the farmer. The bird looked at the naturalist. The bird looked at the chickens and hopped right down and started pecking. But the naturalist did not give up. He said, let me try one more time. So he took the eagle and he went to the top of the barn. He set it out right on the edge. And he said, you are beautiful. Spread your wings and fly. You are the king of the sky. Your family stood at the shoulders of royalty. The eagle looked at the man. He looked at the farmer. He looked at the chickens and hopped right back down and began to peck, because that's all it knew. But that naturalist would not give up. He said, I am going to teach you to spread your wings and fly. So he asked the farmer if he could try it one more time. And the farmer agreed. So the next morning, before the sun could rise, the naturalist took the bird and they began to travel. And they traveled to the highest mountain peak. And he went out to the edge of the mountain. He set the eagle on the edge. And he began to teach the eagle who he was. You were not born to peck around with chickens. You were not born to settle for less. You were born to be the best. You were born to be the king of the sky. So spread your wings. Spread your wings and begin to fly. Something happened. That eagle began to flap. Flapped again. Begin to believe you were on the shoulders of those great kings and queens. And you were born to follow the sun. Chase the sun, and wherever the sun goes, that is the path into which you are to follow. And all of a sudden, because someone taught that bird who he was, he began to believe. That bird began to flap his wings. And he began to flap his wings. And the man said, fly, 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 because you are the king of the sky. And the next thing you know, that bird began to fly, began to fly. And that bird is still following the sun. So if each of us can teach our future, and sometimes we have to teach ourselves to spread our wings and fly, because we are the kings and queens of the sky. Let us teach.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Hi, I'm Councilmember Councilmember Shayla Favor, and today we're going to be reading the 7 days of Kwanzaa. December 26th is the first day of Kwanzaa. The principle, Umoja, which means unity. Call your father, call your mother, call your sister, call your brother. It's Kwanzaa time, family time. It's Kwanzaa time, family time. African American people pulling together, Harambe, trying to make things better. 7 days and 7 nights, 7 candles we will light. 7 days, 7 candles we will light. December 27th is the second day of Kwanzaa. The principle is Kujula, which means self-determination. Relatives come to visit. The cousins say, Harambe. We make meka mats. It's fun working together. It's Kwanzaa time, family time. It's Kwanzaa time, family time. December 28th is the third day of Kwanzaa. The principle is Ujima, which means working together. We sweep the yard. We paint the gate. Everything looks better. We are pulling together. We are pulling together. We are pulling together. Oh yes, we are. December 29th is the fourth day of Kwanzaa. The principle, Ujama, which means sharing profit. We go to Malcolm's market. Malcolm asks, Habari Gani, what's the news? We say, Ujama. Mama buys corn and sweet potatoes. 1 potato, 2 potato. 3 potato, sweet. 4 potato, 5 potato. 6 potato, eat. December 30th is the 5th day of Kwanzaa. The principle is Nia, which means purpose. Here's how we light the candles. First the black, next a red, then a green, then another red, and then another green. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. December 31st is the 6th day of Kwanzaa. The principle is Kiumba, which means creativity. Everyone plays I've Got the Spirit. Grandma beats a drum, Papa claps. Everyone dances to the rhythm. I've got the spirit, hey, hey. I've got the spirit, ashe, ashe. I've got the spirit, hey, hey. I've got Kumba, ashe, ashe. We dance and sing until we are all tired out. January 1st is the 7th day of Kwanzaa. The principle is Amani, which means faith. We light all 7 candles. Grandpa tells a story of how our people came from Africa long ago. He says, may we all live by the Nguzo Saba, the 7 principles of Kwanzaa. Keep the faith. That's the thing to do. Believe in yourself and your family too. Keep Imani in your heart. Keep Amani in your soul. Amani is more precious than diamonds or gold. Happy Kwanzaa.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at Two Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and it's since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
Pageant judge a man for not being able to walk in your shoes. But you who listen, for instance, let's go back in time and say the man and you was the sharpest knife in the kitchen. So you had the most use, but like a piece of fruit, they held you down to take all your juice. Until now, finally, we can call it truce. Now it's the thing to be black, the lack of knowledge for white kids. But think rap is how we act. But I guess the rappers with all popularity and pull don't understand that they can do instead of acting cool. It's instead of doing drugs. It's instead of shooting and they crime. Or why not to go to school and teach a kid how to rhyme? That what they do is a blessing, but it took a lot of time. Like I said, you're different. You don't have to be famous. You don't gotta be hard. You don't gotta be rich. You don't gotta have bars. You don't gotta have books. You don't have to be quote unquote what the system thinks is smart. Just be you, who is unconsciously conscious person. But to have yet to notice uncomparable like the legendary Lotus, me and you together we are the Trojan horse. Force the people to look at a bigger picture with no remorse. I'm getting late for school, time to put on the same shoes. Me and you now, let's show the world how together as mind and body, spirit and soul, we will take on the toe. Me and you as me. I know that I'm great, and I'm ready to show the world too, the evergreen.
Try to move this time, son.
Okay, so that's one of my brothers, an upcoming poet who is looking for new opportunities. So yeah, check him out. And so right now I'm going to tell you about a little bit about an organization called Urban Gems. And what this organization is, it's a nonprofit organization focused on the development of youth, trying to get them, helping them teach them different ways instead of just eating unhealthy and teaching them how to eat healthy. So on the inside we have Urban Gems. They're selling produce, and they also have an internship for youth ages 14 through 21. So yeah, and with this internship, yes, it is a paid internship. They know time is valuable. So yeah, go check them out. They're inside. Their name is Urban Gem. They're selling produce, collard greens, basil, everything that you need for your cooking. So yeah, now we're just gonna play a little music.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at Two Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes Hella Blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and has since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
Like dancing, y'all got warmed up. Auntie Vicky warmed y'all up, so y'all can get up and start dancing if you want to too. Yeah, there we go. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, Skin brighter than a pot of gold, and a song coming out of soul. Yeah, she just looking back at it and say what? And tell me it's that black magic. Hey, skin brighter than a pot of gold, and it's all coming out of soul. Yeah, she got that black magic. Ooh, she really got it, Yeah. Ain't no option. Clap for me. Gotta have it. Ooh, I love it. Yeah. Ooh, she love it. Hey, skin brighter than a pot of gold. Hey, and it's all coming out of soul. Hey, she just looking back at it and say what? And tell me it's that black magic, yeah. Skin brighter than a pot of gold. Hey, and it's all coming out of soul. Yeah. She just looking back at it. Yeah. And tell me this, look, pretend like you was in school when shorties had a K-Swiss. She passed you in the hallway, but you too scared to say shit. But one day after lunch, you hit her with that cool eye. Like, girl, is you tired cause you were running through my? Well, this is how I felt when I met her for the first time. Almost fell back cause all the other brothers in line. But I couldn't let this one go on forever, living regret. I'm placing all my cards on the table like a new deck. She said, all these names, I'm attracted to your mental. I hate it when these brothers keep their feelings confidential. Should listen to me, see the make it all be so simple. I'm digging your appeal, so what you trying to get to when you been? Hey, skin brighter than a pot of gold, and it's all coming out of soul. Yeah, she just looking back at it. Yeah, and tell me it's that black magic. One more time, skin brighter than a pot of gold. Hey, and it's all coming out of soul. Yeah. Hey, she just looking back at it and say what? And tell me it's that black magic. Yeah. She told me it's that black magic. She told me it's that black magic. Hey, she told me this, you told me that. When I get it, you'll do it. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah, hey. Repeat after me one time. Look, hey, say Afro bang, yeah, yeah. Afro bang, yeah, yeah.
Afro bang, yeah, yeah.
Afro bang, yeah, 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 yeah, yeah.
Hey, that's it. Yeah, yeah, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I say. All right, so we got a couple more. Y'all feeling that? Say yeah, yeah. Yo, that Mansa Musa. Should we do Mansa Musa one time? Who knows who Mansa Musa is? Oh yeah. I said, okay.
That was my cousin.
That's your cousin?
That was my cousin.
Tell him I need to borrow $1. But so I made this song called Mansa Musa, and it was fortunate enough to make it on the game NBA 2K20. Anybody play video games? I know that's one of the biggest games in the world, so it was a big deal for us community. The first artist from Columbus to be on there, and first African artist to be on there. So you know, it's a big deal, and it's really a celebration of the ancestors, like my brother Hatim was saying. So we represent Mansa Musa. So when I say Mansa, y'all say
Musa.
Mansa.
Musa.
Mansa.
Musa.
All right, we're gonna do the first verse. My brother Limitless Sounds isn't here, but we're gonna do half the song at least for y'all tonight. Yeah, Fela. Hey. Yes. Here we go. Hey. Hey. Yeah, when I say Mansa, y'all say Musa. Hey, when I say Mansa, y'all say Musa. Hey, when I say Mansa, y'all say Musa. Mansa, Musa. I study the game like a tutor. I'm schooling the kids with no ruler. I'm getting that goal like a booster. They calling me king like a Musa. One more time, Mansa. Musa. Mansa. Musa. Mansa. Musa. Mansa. Musa. Yo, man, from the land full of Africans, when they try to play us for the goal right now. Then you know my people in the struggle on the boat, trying to hustle better fork in a row right now. All my brothers ready for the call. All I gotta do is push the button, then they gonna hold me. Feeling the empire like cinnamon, they like city, yeah. Focus on the goal right now. Always have the beats on lock. Hey, now I got the flow on lock. Hey, I'm from the game to the top. Hey, 2 kids drink on the clock. Hey, it's a violence, I no shot. Hey, I ain't never been on a block. Hey, I was just passing the rock. Hey, I was just jamming the rock. Hey, Range Rover with no top. Range Rover with no top. With my nigga bacon. Hey, Django bling go down. Go let go. Stilo retro. We got drinks in now. Our people show out. Let me say, Mansa, Musa, Mansa, Musa, Mansa, Musa, Mansa, Musa. I studied the game like a tutor. Schooling the kids with no ruler. I'm getting that go like a booster. Calling me king like a Musa. Hey, that's Mansa Musa right there. Hey, shout out to Mansa Musa, the wealthiest ancestor of them all. All right, to this day, right? To this wealthiest man ever.
Right.
Can y'all hear me all right?
It's breaking up. Grab the other mic. Till we get it straight. I turned it off, so click it on.
Check. There we go. All right, we'll stay on this side, this one. So before I get out of here, I'll do one more. We actually got t-shirts for sale as well. I got a few sizes left. Make Africa Great Again t-shirts, $20, and we got Afro Bang t-shirts as well for $20. Just holler at me after the performance and we'll get you taken care of. We also have them online at afrobang.com. I should say a portion of the proceeds also goes to the African Diaspora Network, which gives back to African businesses and African investors who are looking to give back to the continent. So it's a purpose behind the merch. It's not just a monetary thing. So this last song is called Sundiata, which is also my middle name. If you don't know who Sundiata is, Sundiata Keita was one of the greatest West African warriors in the 13th century. He's also the great-grandfather or great-grand-uncle of Mansa Musa. And it also happens to be my middle name. And one of the keys to his story is that he was exiled from his tribe. And he ended up coming back with his mom after he built himself up, taught himself how to walk, came back to his tribe and built up one of the greatest empires known to man, the Mali Empire, which Mansa Musa ended up carrying on as well. So yeah, make some noise for Sundiata one time. And we're going to get into this last one. If you're ready, say yeah. All right, let's do it. I'm going to try to stay in one place if I can. Let's see. I'm tethered now. All right. Hey. I make my own beats too, so if we got any rappers or singers out there that want to collaborate, holla at it. Hey, turn it up. Let's start it over real quick. Make sure we hear that. Listen. How long you ever gonna see me? Stay in the moment for now. Don't need to worry, no baby. We gonna figure it out. I came from the bottom, I know this. Why even trip on it now? I'm trying to get in my zone. I'm sick on it. Hey, we must start this dream on. Hold on, let's start over. We gotta start over. We gotta get it right. We gotta get this one right. It's too important. Let's get it right. Yeah. Y'all still with me? Say yeah. All right. One time. Hey, how long you ever gonna see me? Stay in the moment for now. Don't need to worry, no baby. We gonna figure it out. I came from the bottom, I know this. Why even trip on it now? I'm trying to get in my zone. I'm zig on it now. This dream on. Hey, focus on my mission. Hey, play your position. Hey, boss up on me. I can relish in a moment. Let me take a second. On my day ones, who've been down since a brother came up. Gratitude, I show I gotta came straight from the bottom. One time for my shotters, two times for my brothers. So blessed that I gotta thank God for this moment. We on it. I know it. I gotta get on it. Just look at me now, mama. I'ma get it for the town, mama. Just like you showed me how, mama. Don't worry, just smile, mama. Yeah, hey. I'm feeling nice in the yacht. Mama came out the yacht. Try to place me on the throne. Now we coming for the throne. Now we shining like gold. The greatest story ever told. I'm feeling nice in the yacht. Mama came out the yacht. I'm living on my own. Now we coming for the throne. Now we shining like gold. The greatest story ever told. Hey, yeah. Oh yeah. Can't really hear the music, but it's all good. Hey, it's all good. Hey, yeah. Hey. Now we all in the spotlight. We're birthright. So you got to get it right. I know. No chill tonight. I'ma pop out, I'ma get it pipe. Apple banging got me feeling like this I be John. I'm feeling right at home. Tout est là-bas, hey, tout est là-bas. Allons-y, let's go, hey. Follow me, you. My brothers just follow me. We took independence from colonies. Ever since the beginning, we born kings. I done seen better things in my dreams. Now it's time to wake the city up. Rock Nation, aftermath, let somebody go and call Diddy up. We can split it all kind of ways, no need to worry how to divvy up. I got queens in Uganda, all designer, no panda. I'm feeling like city yachts. I'm feeling like city yachts. I'm feeling like city yachts. I'm on my big guns. Now we coming for the throne. They trying to leave me on my own. Now we shining like gold. The greatest story ever told. I'm feeling like city yachts. I'm feeling like city yachts. I'm feeling like city yachts. I'm on my big guns. Now we coming for the throne. They try to leave me on my throne. Now we shining like gold. The greatest story ever told. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Put some respect on my name. Put some respect on my name. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate y'all. My time. Sorry about the technical difficulty.
Dope. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, Brother Khaled. That was fire. For the grant. One more time before we end this evening, I want to ask Habari Ghani family. We want to welcome all of you that have come in as we have been going this evening. Thank all of you that have been here throughout the evening thus far. Please make sure, if you haven't already, that you stop by and see our food vendors and our lovely vendors out in the hallway. I'm not going to say much more. I want to thank Sister Jill and Tawi Family Village for inviting me out this evening to be your guest MC. Let's go ahead and keep this thing rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Paragon Project!
To proceed. Thank you. Hello everyone. How are we feeling tonight? How's everyone doing? Good? Good, that's good. Alright, so my name is Toyin and we are the Paragon Project. We're basically a collective of students and alumni from Fort Hays High School and Columbus City Schools. And basically what we do with a lot of our original music, we just speak about like social issues and the things that we see going on around us. We talk about everyday life growing up here in Columbus, Ohio. And tonight we'll be doing some originals, but we're going to be doing a lot of covers for you all today. So we're going to be doing a lot of oldies, but they're all a lot of goodies, so we hope that you really enjoyed them. And if you want to find out more about us, you can follow us on every media platform at The Paragon Project. Once again, that's The Paragon Project, and we hope you all have a nice time tonight.
How's everyone doing tonight? Are you ready to go down the road of expression with me? Y'all ready to go down the road of expression with me? Yeah! Let's do this. I dedicate this song to people who've never rode a roller coaster. Maybe this song will help you. I've always been the kind of girl who wondered why people rode those really, really big roller coasters. Why the feeling of throwing up brought up any kind of excitement that you cannot receive on the most regular day. When did sickness become equivalent to thrill? Was nausea the new X-pill? I've always wondered why people rode those really big roller coasters. And I remember when I did. It was at Kings Island, and yes, I grew up. It's the butterflies and the fireflies flying in my stomach, like between their wings. I'm scared to fly. I know I'm hiding down. I think I'm ready now. I'm getting back in line. Maybe it was the whisper. Maybe it was the thrill concept. Maybe it was swerving and smiling so wide as I'm moving fast as the light. And I'm laughing for no reason, and I'm screaming for the things that I wish I never said. And that last fight roller coasters, it's like meeting God. With a kite in your left hand, string still wrapped around the forefinger, and your right hand is grabbing the safety rail. It's that one moment when you're just in a sea of your own butterflies. It's that one moment you let yourself fall. It's the butterflies and the fireflies lighting it up so bright. Right between their wings, I'm scared to fly. No, I'm hiding now. I think I'm ready now. I'm getting back in line. I think the last time I was scared, I think really scared, I was 6. I was 6 years old, and I sat there thinking, why am I so excited? I'm so scared. Maybe it was the way that it made my stomach turn. Maybe it was the way that it made my heart beat a million miles per minute. Like, could I tell? Wait to tell my friends how it felt from the very top.
You're not here, shame on you. People turning it out, man. Check out this band.
It's the butterflies and the fireflies lighting in my stomach. I'm scared to fly. I know I might come down. I think I'm ready now. I'm getting back in line.
Come right here. Woo! Stay inside.
not do. What I would not do. What I would not do. What I would not do. Leave it alone. Don't sit down, they about to turn it up. They're about to turn it up. Oh, it's about to go down now. Uh-oh.
You got to represent it? Okay. This right here? Huh? Oh, man. Right. We up against Ohio State game. You ain't supposed to, you shouldn't have to. But that's where we are.
When you're down in trouble, you need some love again, and nothing's gonna right.
You gotta go to church. Your mama off. So move away from people with your face. Move away from people with your face. You gotta go to church. I ain't about to have no week. What?
Y'all enjoying yourself so far? Singing my life with you. Yeah, let me stop, let me stop, let me stop. With this song telling my
hello. Oh, there we go. All right, give it up again for the Paragon Project, y'all. And of course, we have to give credit to their illustrious leader, the Dr. Tony Anderson. Please give it up for him, y'all.
Thank you so much. We are so excited to be here to celebrate Kwanzaa with you all. We mentioned earlier, in case you missed it, the Paragon Project is a program that uses contemporary music to address social justice issues. We're working on our 4th album. So please follow us on social media at the Paragon Project. They also have a website. We appreciate your support. These are students who are also alumni and current students at the Fort Hays Metropolitan Education Center of Columbus City School, where I serve as the assistant principal. So thank you very much for supporting these young folks.
All right, it's time for our closing circle. Brother Hatim is going to come up. Can I have the children that were in the Kwanzaa for Watoto room that have a presentation? Can you come up, children? Children in the front row. The children that were in the Kwanzaa for Watotos. Please come out. The children, please don't leave. The children have a presentation, and then we're going to do our closing circle. And they have a gift for you. So please stay around to get your gifts and don't be here for the children.
All right, while they coming up, why don't we start circling up? Because I see some people heading towards the door. We don't want our babies. They already have the door. Hey, we don't want our, they done worked hard. We got presents for y'all, so come on, stand up, let's circle up.
We're gonna get presents. Oh, God.
So we're gonna give our babies our attention. Which one's going first?
So the babies were in the Kwanzaa. You all can start to circle up and make a circle around the room, please. And they're going to share with us what they learned in the room or the Kwanzaa for celebration with children.
I learned that the green represents land. And the black represents the black people, and the red represents blood. I learned that people in Kwanzaa are a part of our heart.
All right, give it up for the children, y'all. So now the children in the Kwanzaa room for children's celebration made everyone red, black, and green bracelets, and they're going to pass them around to you now.
Well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take one, so we can combine this into closing circle so that we get to the vendors. We'll pass it to the elder, take one, pass it down. As these go around, they represent our unity and us supporting our babies.
Us supporting ourselves and our future. We have one more of our children who want to speak.
Pass all those. As these bracelets go around, can y'all tell me what principle do we have to use in order to get everybody in here to have one? What principles are we using to pass these around? This is Ujima? This is Ujima in action. So I just want everybody to see what it looked like. Take one and pass one. Take one and pass one. It takes all of us working together, doing it in our way to make sure it happens. Some people grabbing them in between, some people grabbing one and passing them, some people taking one or two and then passing one to the side and then passing. Everybody got their own style, but we getting it done. So as we continue moving through, hopefully we got enough. If not, where it stops is where we'll start doing our Harambes. We're going to do 7 Harambes. 7 being the universal number of steady, rest, and perfection. And, you say it again? Oh, one of the bracelets up there already? Okay, we got one up there representing. Uh-oh, is it going to make it? We're going to make it. Are we going to make it?
Make sure that those that's out there in Cyberland can stay up with us. Oh, it's not recording anyway.
Did it stop? Uh-oh, we got another. Oh, and the baby took it into her own hands and said, hey, I'm going to make it work. So we're going to do 7 Harambes. The last one, we're going to hold it as long as we possibly can. And they're going to go like this. Harambe, 1, Harambe, Harambe. Raising the hands. Ready? Yes, sir. We're going to hold as long as we can, and while we hold it, he's going to put the candles out. Y'all, well, the babies want to get in the middle. Come on, babies, y'all get in the middle. Now, after we get done, Vinder's going to be up for a couple more minutes. We got about 15 minutes, so go on, show them support. Get ready? 1, 2, 3, Harambe! 1, Harambe! 2, Harambe! 3, Harambe! 4, Harambe! 5, Harambe! Harambe!
Greetings. We're coming to you live today from Blackburn, Ohio. Black Facts Educational Research Incorporated presents more Black Facts just for you. Greetings. We're coming to you live today from Black Facts TV, bringing you a little more history. Black Facts is all about telling that story of the glory of African Americans right here in Ohio. We're here today talking about a teacher of mine, Miss Shirley McLean, which was her name. Her main claim to fame was writing the story of Blackburn's glory. She wrote about the teachers and the preachers. She wrote about the
musicians, and the politicians. But her story ended in 1975, and ever since then, nobody alive has bothered to continue the story of Blackron's glory. That's what we are here to do today. My name is Kofi Kemet. I'm here to share a few facts with you today that we've learned over the past 10 years putting together our Ohio's Black Athletes Project. Now, during that time, we have discovered that there were a number of people who came out of the Akron area. Well, actually, they came out of Northeast Ohio, but particularly Akron, over the past 100 years, and were quite well known locally, but also had a global impact. So this project is a local project with global impact. So today, one of our first featured athletes we'd like to talk about is Mr. Paul Robeson. As you can see here, Mr. Robeson was a beast. We call him the Beast from the East. This man was not only a top-flight athlete back in his day, but he was also a scholar, a gentleman and a scholar. As a matter of fact, he earned 15 letters in high school, 15 in college. He went on to be valedictorian of his high school class as well as his college class, in spite of the fact that he was the only black person at Rutgers College at the time that he was in school there. Now, he was born in 1898, and ever since then it's always been known that he was really great. Now, of course, he's at this time he's deceased, so he's somewhat late, but he's still great. Now, his connection with Akron is a brief one, for sure. But he did come to Akron in 1921 in order to play on the first NFL championship team, the Akron Pros. Now, this team was led by a brother named Fritz Pollard, who was also an African American. He was the first African American head coach. He was also the first African American quarterback in the NFL and actually led the first NFL team to a championship right here in Blackron, Ohio. Yes, that's right. We're talking about Blackron, Ohio today. Funny as it seems, most people only know about LeBron James. There may be a few around who know about Nate the Great, otherwise known as Nate Thurman. Some people know about Gus Johnson. Both of them are NBA Hall of Famers. But little is said about Fritz Pollard and Paul Robeson. Now, Paul Robeson, as I said, he was a beast from the East. At the time he was playing football here in Akron, he was also enrolled at Columbia University in New York City in their law school. And so he was attempting to get a law degree, which he did obtain. But he also was playing professional basketball at the same time. So as you can see, he has earned his nickname, the Beast from the East. Today, we're just giving you a snippet of what is to come, because we will be here talking about quite a few stories of a number of people, including people like Moses Fleetwood Walker. Yes, the man's name was Fleetwood. That's his birth name, not a nickname. But his main claim to fame is that he played Major League ball and had a hard time getting in the hall. Reason being, obviously, because he was black. In fact, he was so black, they had to draw a color line just to get him out. Once they did, they could leave no doubt that they were all the best, but only because Fleetwood wasn't on the field. When he was, he played at the position of catcher in a time before they had invented the glove, the mask, the helmet, the shin guards, or the chest pad. So, and as a matter of fact, they hadn't even invented the mitt. Yes, that's right. He was catching balls going 90 miles an hour behind the plate without a glove. The man was bad. And that's why we all love Moses Fleetwood Walker today, whose birthday is now recognized by the state of Ohio at the State House, in the legislature. They just recently passed a proclamation honoring Fleetwood Walker, whose birthday is now recognized as an Ohio state holiday. So come October this year, October 7 to be exact, we should all be celebrating this man who was such a great man. They had to draw a color line to keep him and other black players off the field. If it wasn't for him, nobody would even be talking about Jackie Robinson, because there wouldn't have been a need for a Jackie Robinson, because we already would have been playing the game. Matter of fact, baseball would probably be a lot like basketball it is today, with a lot of black players on the field. No doubt. So these are just some of the facts we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks. We're going to be bringing you stories of people like Sam Baruti. Sam Baruti, who was one of the was a top flight boxer in his time. He never gained a championship, but mainly that's because he died at the young age of 23 years old. Yes, he died in the ring. I'm sorry to say it was a very, 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 very sad day. Well, I'm sorry to say that's all we have time for today. We will be coming at you again from right here in Blackren, Ohio on Black Facts TV. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to researching and telling the story of African Americans, primarily from Akron, Ohio, but we do tell stories from people of other parts as well. We're just trying to give you a start into your journey into black history, because for some amount of time, black history has been a mystery. But we plan to lift the veil so you can sail right over the sea of black history. We'll see you next time with another rhyme.
Greetings all. We come to you guys today representing the Giame Journey tribe based in Columbus, Ohio. Giame Journey uses a system from ancient times called rites of passage. With this, we have created a warrior society, the Giame Journey Warriors. The goal of our society is to develop individuals that are productive members of the community. The driving force behind our warrior society is the concept of self-mastery. We introduce different ideas and experiences that will broaden the worldviews and self-concept. We expose our warriors to experiences that give them a sense of belonging and ownership. We believe that culture cures. And by embodying the Nguzu Saba and living the principles out in our daily lives, we demonstrate this. From interviews to performances from our warriors, I present you Giame Journey.
My name is Levon. My rank is an initiate. I'm 13 years old and I've been in this for 4 years, and I was born in Coochie Chocolate. My name is Idris. I'm an initiate. I was 15 and I've been in Giame for 5 years, and I was born on Umoja.
My name is Tykees Cox. I'm 18 years old. My rank inside the program is brother, and I was born on the day of Nia, and I've been involved for 7 years.
My name is Andrew. I've been part of Giame for 5 years. I'm 18 years old. I was born on Coochie Chocolate, and my rank is brother.
I'm Carla Ford, 16 years old, and I've been a part of Giami Journey for 7 years, and I'm just proud to be a part of this community.
Takis Cox is a spoken word artist and a motivational speaker from Columbus, Ohio, who is on a mission to uplift the spirits of Black boys and young people all over the world. Takis's passion is to speak about purpose and nourishing the spirit, mind, and body. Takis believes his message can reach all people.
How could you? Never thought that my life would have to be this test. Father knows that I did my best. I never had a choice. Or the reason on why my mother left a boy without a mother. And a deadbeat father, no one to look me in my eyes. Father, was it your pride, my mind? My mind twisted just like my reality. I hate you. I love you. I hate you because the only thing that I can feel is this hurt. Never this over-consuming rage. Is there something wrong with me? Do I need to reevaluate my picture? I feel my heart quake. My ribs cave. I have no more fight left. And then there was you. Showing me the right way. My spirituality will never be the same. Thank you for showing me the feather to let my spirit free. My foundation stands strong just like my purpose. My journey is more than a walk in the park. My spirituality is stronger than what you deem it to be. I am G. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
Next, here are a group of our warriors that were given a set of questions to tie their lives in with the trials of G. Who am I?
Who am I? I am a warrior born for greatness. I am Laban. I am here to succeed in life by accomplishing all goals that I set for myself.
Why are you here?
Why am I here? I am here to assist my people and help them live their best life.
Where are you going?
Where am I going? Back to my village to aid my people. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm headed at the moment, but I will make sure that I assist my tribe wherever assistance is needed.
What is your purpose and mission?
What is my purpose? My purpose is to lead my people to greatness.
Who and or what do you need to get there?
What do I need to get there? I need to have a healthy mindset and determination to know I'm not alone. What do I need to get there? I need my family to help me go where I need to go.
How will you know you've gotten there?
I will know that I've gotten there when all is settled and done and my people are at peace. How will I know that I've gotten there? I will know that I've arrived when all of my goals have been achieved.
In what ways did G exemplify the Nuku'u Saga?
G showed Kuchakalia when he hanged on for dear life when he was getting mugged until the Name people came and rescued him. He also showed self-determination when he had his trip to get the feather from the phoenix, as well as when he came back from his journey to save his people at his tribe.
Who are you?
I am G. I am Idris Robinson.
Why are you here?
I am here to guide my nation to greatness by developing my spirit, mind, and body.
Where are you going?
I'm going wherever life takes me.
What is your purpose and mission?
My purpose is to make a positive change happen in my community.
Who and or what do you need to get there?
I need people on the same path as me, as well as people I can trust.
How will you know you've gotten there?
When I see a change happen for my culture.
Why are you here?
To develop peace and harmony and leave a legacy.
Where are you going?
I'm going home.
What is your purpose and mission?
To guide my people before the world destroys itself.
Who and or what do you need to get there?
A righteous heart and the Giame tribe.
How will you know you've gotten there?
It would be paradise.
How was unity demonstrated?
When G's people pledged their allegiance to him and removed sin from the village.
How did G exemplify self-determination?
When he rushed to Phoenix, even though he was in pain, he kept going. When he was struggling with the trials of G, even though he wasn't doing well, he kept pushing through.
How was their collective work and responsibility?
When the village trained to protect the rest of the tribe from slave raiders.
How was cooperative economics demonstrated?
G collects youth with righteous hearts to help gain and pass on knowledge.
In which way did G show purpose?
G was dedicated to developing himself through his relationship with the Creator.
How did G exemplify creativity?
When G was finding different ways to approach the Phoenix.
How did G exemplify faith?
Imani, he kept faith in what the elders have taught him and used his fear to fuel him instead.
Hello, I am Sister Tracy of Giame Journey, and this is
Carla.
As we go over the story of G in the G trials, we decided that we were going to go ahead and look at it from a woman's point of view. In that story, it was, what was it? How many women?
There were two women, G's mother and San's mother.
So the two women, G's mother and Sid's mother, both of them were wives of King Kanai, right?
Yes.
So what was the similarities and differences between those women?
One of the women wanted their child, San's mother, wanted her child to rule the kingdom, basically, and G's mother wanted him to prosper for himself. She wanted him to find himself and become better.
And that is before he took his place, right? Because she didn't insist on him taking his place, but basically gave him that encouragement that that's what he needs to do, and they both knew that because he didn't want to stay. What else can you tell me about these women?
G's mother was kicked out of their community years before, and G's father never talked about the mother for some reason, and Sin's mother was always there for Sin, but never really liked G.
Can you explain why she didn't like G?
I don't know why she didn't like G, but I think it was more like her husband and son didn't like G. They were more against G than with G, so it would be weird for her to be with G.
Okay, because when I read it, I just felt like there was an intimidation going on because it was G's rightful place to take over the kingdom, where she wanted her son, who really didn't have that power, right?
Yeah.
So what happened? Like, tell me a little bit more about the women.
G's mother was more wise and more like she wanted the best for her son than what someone could just provide him for his happiness, to just be there for a moment.
For some reason, it reminds me of the unbalanced passions. What are the unbalanced passions?
Fear, envy, pride, greed, sloth, lust, and anger.
Right. So, what qualities Sin's mom exhibit?
Pride, greed. She and Sin and Chief Connive, they seem like they just wanted money and to be greedy, and they really feared losing their place, like their higher place.
We might as well throw the envy in there. Why were they envious?
They were envious because G was in line to be chief.
Okay. Anything else? Any other unbalanced passions that you've seen in them?
Anger.
Who was angry?
It seemed like it was mainly Sin who was angry because he felt that it was unfair that it would automatically be going to G because of the tradition.
We understand that Sin's mom, from what I'm hearing you say, is that she had exhibited all the unbalanced passions, but then there was also G's mom. What qualities or principles did she possess that you seen or noticed?
G's mom had self-determination because she was determined that she was gonna she wanted better for G. It wasn't just like she wanted him to be materialistic. She wanted him to know himself and know his surroundings. And she also showed Imani, which is faith. She had faith in G that he will always make it through whatever he was going through. He could always overcome it.
Okay, when you said self-determination, what principle was that?
Kuji Chakalia.
Kuji Chakalia. Okay, Kuji Chakalia. Yeah, I mean, as I read the story, it was definitely that. And then also, I couldn't help but to bring unity involved because on a humbug, for lack of better words, they were able to be reunited where they didn't grow up together. She was kicked out of the kingdom, right? So I would definitely include unity in that one. But I'll let you continue. Is there anything else you want to say about the women, their similarities and differences?
I feel like they have way more differences than similarities. Like, their differences is a similarity is they both wanted they both wanted good for their sons. The difference is the kind of good that they wanted for their sons. One of them wanted, like Sin's mother, she wanted her son to be greedy, like want money and, all these things that is just you know, it's not really happiness. But G's mother wanted for him to be happy and know everything, you know.
I will say, like you were just saying, Sid's mom was really embarking the unbalanced passions on her son, because he was too prideful, you know, greedy, and all those unbalanced passions. Where G's mom was really encouraging your principles to be incorporated in you, and you to build off of yourself and build yourself up from the principles. That's what I'm hearing you say, and I agree. When I read it, I really felt like G's mom was building her son up into manhood, even though she couldn't guide him there. She kind of like pushed him in that right direction, even though she wasn't the one that could actually do it. It was the Giami people, it was the Niami people who actually made that happen. But she was there to support and encourage her son, as we women are supposed to do, is support and encourage that we are not the ones that are going to make only a man can make a man a man. So I see that all throughout the story. Is there anything else that you noticed in the Trials of G that you want to talk about?
Well, I just want to speak about the betrayal that G felt once he found out that it was his brother and father that set him up to be killed. It was like he knew he couldn't go back home. He didn't feel home in his home. Like, he had to keep on going forward in his path and make himself better.
Is there anything else you want to say about that? How did you feel about that? Were you able to relate to it any kind of way?
No, not really. It was sad because, I mean, that's your brother and that's your father. You should always feel like you could trust them. And then for Connive to be the chief, it's like, if your son's not comfortable around you, who can be? Who can trust you?
So I want to thank you for your time and your effort here today, Miss Carla of Giami Journey, and I appreciate you taking the time out to really explain your perspective of the Trials of G. And I'm really proud of you, and I just want to let you know that I don't see any other youth ladies up here, and you made the courage yourself to do this. So I really do thank you for coming and participating. Again, I want to introduce and re-acknowledge Miss Carla from Giami Journey for coming here with us today. And I am Miss Tracy of Giami Journey. And again, we thank you for taking time to listen. Ashe.
Ashe.
What's going on, everyone? I want to thank you guys for tuning in with us today. Today we have some of our finest warriors to take part in a deeper discussion about the Trials of G. The Trials of G is a story and birthplace of the Giami people. With this story deeply rooted within our tribe, we want to say thank you for listening. Now we're going to go ahead and jump into our discussion. Stay tuned and enjoy. Now to introduce our warriors today. Today we have Idris Robinson with us, Tykees Cox, Andrew Jamar Jennings, and Levon Cobb. For our discussion today, we have a series of questions that the warriors are going to be answering. One being, how would you have felt about the betrayal of Chief Connive and Sin? How do you plan on guiding your people? How would you approach the Phoenix? And what's next? Andrew, my question to you is, how would you have felt about the betrayal of Chief Connive and Sin?
If the same thing happened to me, the same type of betrayal, same type of them trying to kill me, I would have grinded my way back just as G did. And when I finally got back to him, I wouldn't want vengeance. It would be more of wondering why did they, like, what was the root of all their hate towards me? Was it just because I was becoming a leader, or was it something else? And I would try to figure that out. And when I did, I knew they wasn't going to be good for the village, so I would have just sent them away. I wouldn't want them staying under my leadership because they don't deserve the same things that they didn't give me.
Even with getting that understanding or that clarity from them, if it was something that, in a sense, to where they felt like they were in the right, do you feel like your mind would change even if they gave you a good reason to do what they did?
No, I wouldn't change my mind based on their reasoning, no matter if it was good or bad, because at the end of the day, they still tried to kill somebody who was of their family, who was of descent, even though it was my half brother and it was my father who did it. They still are family. So at the end of the day, if family can turn around and even find a good reason to do something like that in the first place, I wouldn't be able, they just wouldn't be able to be under my leadership at that point.
Tykees, what would you have done in the same situation?
Oh man, putting me in the same situation, I feel like I would have gone more of the route of forgiveness, but not forgiveness for, I would have forgave them not for themselves, but for me. Because I know what that type of anger and that type of hurt does to a person if you hold on to all that aggression or all that hurt or all that pain. It's kind of like the 7 unbalanced passions. So like having those unbalanced passions, you're not conscious. You're not really who you are when you're hurt. You're not really who you are when you're angry, because like some people, they get really loud and they start punching stuff when they're angry. And in some situations, they be like, that wasn't even who I really am. Or people start punching holes in the wall when they're angry. And sometimes that's not the best way for people to let that represent them. So I feel like, because I know what I'm like when I'm angry, and I know what I'm like when I'm sad, mad, angry, or have any of the 7 unbalanced passions, I would go more the route of forgiveness, but not for them, but for me.
So just so I get an understanding, you're saying you would try to forgive yourself for their actions?
No, so what I'm saying is I would forgive them for their actions, what they have done to me, so that I don't have to deal with that hurt. So I'm not letting that hurt consume me. I'm not letting that hurt build up inside of me. I'm letting it go. And that's what I mean by forgive them. I'm letting it go. I'm not forgetting what they have done to me, and I don't believe that I would let them still be a part of my village, but I'm not going to let them have that one up over me. Like have that level of like okay, you're still impacting my life, and it's been 10 years now, and I can't move forward.
Okay, that's a good point. Definitely control of emotions is something that everyone should try to focus on, because eventually when you let your emotions control you, you lose your train of thought. That's why for a lot of people that know me, they know I don't really get upset. I don't really show a lot of outbursts or emotions, in a sense to where they're like, how are you always so calm and in control? Because I know for sure the moment that my mind is not in control of what I do, anything can happen. I want to be in a situation where no matter what I do, I'm in control of my
consciousness. That's like the consciousness, the first step to being great, being conscious.
First step to being great is conscious. All right, in the trials of G, there was a point in time where G had to confront a phoenix. Once G was betrayed by his father and his brother, the people that tried to kill him sold him into slavery, and eventually G was saved by the Name people. And this Name people had their own process for becoming a warrior that started off when they were just little kids. But at this point, G wanted to partake in this process, but he was an adult. And so with him being an adult, this journey for him to become a warrior, a Name people, it took 16 years. And after his 16th year, he sat down with his mother and had the conversation about him returning back to his village and claim the heir that was rightfully his. And in front of the council of elders, in order for him to return back to his own village, G had to take another trial, which was retrieve a feather of a phoenix. Now, this process took very long. It took 3 months to find the mountain where the phoenix was, and another 3 months to actually find the phoenix next to self. Now, the issue with this was, in order to retrieve the feather, you had to have a pure heart. And if you didn't, you would die from just the sight of being caught by the phoenix. So G then eventually tried to wait. He tried to come up with ideas to try to retrieve the phoenix. He tried to wait for the phoenix to go to sleep and just pick one out of his nest. But the issue was the phoenix never slept. And so my question to you, Levon, is how would you approach the phoenix to retrieve this feather?
Me personally, since I know that you can't really sneak up on something like a phoenix, and on top of the fact that you have to have a pure heart to get the feather, I would do just as G did, and instead of trying to sneak up on him, just go straight to the bird and ask it. Personally, like, can I have one? You know, like have the conversation that he had and try to make it as straightforward as possible, because knowing that you can't sneak up or try any other way besides going up to the phoenix would just give my answer right then and there. I would just ask, and if it was a no, well then that was all there was to it. I wouldn't be able to live because the phoenix would have had the sight and saw me.
Would you not have been scared from just approaching it, or would you just go in there like, you know what, I've been this far, I've done all this, I have nothing else to lose at this moment except to go forward?
Pretty much, because like once you're already this far into it, like 3 months finding the mountain and the nest, it's just like you might as well go straight forward.
Definitely. I don't know if I would have went straight into it right away. I probably would have tried to watch it out just a little bit longer. That's just me personally, though. For the next question I have for you guys is, how do you plan on guiding your people? Throughout your guys' interview process, one way or another, you guys spoke about how you want to guide your people somewhere, find a change in your community or culture, or kind of lead your group of people to a positive direction. So once again, the question is, how do you plan on guiding your people?
For me, how I plan on guiding my people is through my words. So my mission is to uplift the spirits of Black boys and Black youth around me and even around the world. And I feel like with my words, with my poetry, with my motivational speaking, I can do that. A lot of people are left without hope, and that's hope within their lives, hope within their career, hope with anything. And I feel like I could bring that with my words, with anything that I do, with volunteering, with just being a support for my community.
Thank you for that right there. Who do we have next that wants to answer the question on how you plan on guiding your people?
To help guide my people in a more non-straightforward way, the way I do it is just when they need help with certain things, whatever they need help with, I'll help them with. But another thing is, I don't like seeing my people in harm's way. I want to lead them out of harm's way, because it's a lot of things going on in the world right now, and it's not really doing too well for us. And to help guide my people is just having their back whenever they need it, having whatever they need, whatever they need. If they need to talk, I'm there. If they need to help somebody move their house, I'm there. Help my people with the little things too is how I guide my people.
You made a really good point there. You said something I really like. What I heard you say was you want to assist your people in a direct, indirect way, to where it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be in that leadership position to guide them, but you're going to rather assist the person or assist the people that are going to help also lead those people, because leadership position is not for everybody, but doesn't mean you can't have your own times to be in leadership. So, and definitely it could always start in the community. That's one thing we really have to touch on, especially as youth. There's not a lot of youth involvement when it comes to developing and enhancing the communities that we're a part of. You see more self-destruction than improvement when it comes to people from our generation. Thank you for that, Andrew. Idris, how do you plan on guiding your people?
To be completely honest, at the moment, I am not sure, but I know going through my journey, I'm probably going to find out a way to contribute and guide my people.
Definitely, I completely understand what you're getting at. Everyone has their own process, and not everyone's built the same when it comes to taking their people in a certain direction, in a positive direction. And not everyone's going to have the same role when it comes to that either. That's one of the most important things you must know. But once you figure it out, though, you have to buckle down and try to enhance that skill to try to guide people and develop that self-mastery, whatever craft you're going to use to get to that point. All right, thank you for sharing that. Levon, in what way do you find yourself guiding your people?
I probably would just say that if any of the people had an issue, I'd be there to resolve it. If we have problems with others, I'd be able to try to resolve it as peacefully as I could to make sure that I keep the village people in mind. It will be less of a leader and probably more of someone that can assist anyone.
Okay, so you rather would do conflict. What's the word for it?
Resolution.
Conflict resolution. See, you know exactly what you wanted to do. I didn't need to say, and that's an important thing. Because conflict resolution is something that it can be very hard for a lot of people to handle, just simply because, like I said earlier, a lot of people don't have a handle on their emotions, and because of that, they find hard ways to think things through and to process a proper way to handle something. And conflict resolution is a great way to help knock that out and help grow people's consciousness and be more in tune to what they're doing and how to think. So that was great. I want to thank you again for that. You guys had some great insight on ways to further our community in your own way, especially coming from youth. It's very insightful to see that we have some people out here really trying to do good for their own people.
Thank you for joining us on our Kwanzaa celebration. This has been the Giame Warriors.
And yes, we cannot stress it enough. We are so grateful for you guys tuning in and watching us throughout the entire time. Give a pat on the back and a round of applause for you tuning in and supporting these Giame Journey Warriors. We are youth. We are coming up in our community. And yeah, we want y'all to stay tuned for the things that we have coming. And peace.
That I've endured, I can promise you the passion I have for people is pure. The elevation I'm sure possessing the final cure for the blood that I've been shedding is seeping out of my pores. What's the cost I gotta pay in this living to be adored? Instead of going through these trials full of issues and be ignored like eagles, I wanna soar over mountains and see another view. Come back and take a look in the mirror and see another you. Hell, I just wanna work until I prevail and find success right in the midst of those who want me to fail.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals at inexpensive rental car rates, midsize sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own 2 Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at 2 Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and it's since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
Jumbo, Habari Zajioni. This is Elder Alona. Welcome. I invite the ancestors. I pour to that creative spirit, that creative energy that we are all a part of. And when I pour, I say, Ashe.
Ashe. We'd also like to give praise and adoration to those ancient ancestors and those who came over from Africa via the Middle Passage. And so we'd like to pour libations for Queen Hatshepsut, King Tutmosis, King Pianki, and Queen Zinga. And we pour libations and say,
Ashe.
Ashe, Ashe.
We now move on to this side of the pond and we pour to those ancestors of the 19th and 20th century, such as Boukman, such as Frederick Douglass, such as Arminta, Harriet Tubman. We pour we come forward, we'll pour for the ancestors that fought and died in this land, like Emmett Till. We pour for them and we'll say Ashe.
Ashe. And we'll pour libations for the universal forces, the directions, for the elements, fire, air, water, earth. And we pour libations and we say, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
We pour for our ancestors, the ones that we know, whose shoulders that we stand on, our mothers, our fathers, sisters, brothers, our jegnas. We pour for them and we'll say Ashe. We'll also pour for everything that we do is for our eternity. We pour for our children, our watoto. Everything we do is for the watoto. And we'll pour and we'll say, Ashe.
Ashe. And we'll pour libation for self, for the activity that we participate in so that we can keep our movement moving. And we say, Ashe.
Ashe. Ashe, Ashe. Amun is satisfied. Asante Sana. Dua.
Thank you. And now you may be seated if you're not already seated. The principle of the day is Umoja, which means unity. It means to strive for and maintain unity in the family, in the community, in the nation, and in our race. You know, when I think about Kwanzaa and I think about the principle of the day, I know how important it is for us to be unified for the things that we do, because I'm a firm believer that divided will fall. So together, we need to stand strong and stand tall. So we come together each year to encourage one another, to inspire one another, to enlighten one another, and to give each other the kind of support we need for the following year. So let's keep that in mind as we strive to do the best we can do from year to year, day to day, with our family and our loved ones.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died. Yeah, with a steady beat, have not our weary feet come to the place for which our Father sighed. We have over a way which the tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughtered. How from the gloomy past till now we stand at last, where the white gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, Thou who hast brought us far on the way, Thou who hast by Thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget Thee. Shadowed beneath Thy hand, may we forever stand true to our God, true to our native land.
Hotep, this is Elder Greg Arnold, and on behalf of the Tawi Family Village Council of Installed Elders, it's with great pleasure that we present the latest initiative to the community as a full members of Tawi Family Village. Il Nawa Akobin, a unique name for an initiate group that overcame a unique set of circumstances to successfully complete a primarily virtual training process in the midst of a global pandemic. This group consistently demonstrated the essence the Nguzasawa principles and modeled how various age groups can work together for the good of the group. We are excited about the energy, skills, and enthusiasm they all commit to bring forth the Tawi Family Village Collective. We appreciate them for all they did. Ashe.
Habarigani, this is Elder Alona again. Asante Sana, Mababu Kwa, El Nawa, Akoben, Karibuni, El Nawa Akoben. Thank you, ancestors, for bringing to us El Nawa Akoben. And welcome, El Nawa Akoben. Hotel, Asante Sana.
My name is Elder Isatu Sanya, a newly initiated member into the Taiwi family. One of the things I like to say is that I kind of like the sound of the word Elder Isatu. And I also like when people call me Mama Isatu. I guess at my age, it's kind of nice to be recognized as an elder. The name of our group, El Nawa Akaban, was very unique. It sounds like an African word, but it represents the unity of all our groups, the elders, the nation builders, the warriors. All of us came together and united. And it wasn't easy. It was a challenge. It was a challenge, but we were ready for action. What I learned during the initiation period was how to get along with people from different age group, different ways of thinking, different idiosyncrasy. I felt as if I made new friends, got a new family. What is my contribution to the village? I consider myself a peacemaker and a counselor. I see my role as one of listening and providing words of wisdom and guidance to the group. Ashe. The first principle is Umoja, unity, to strive and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. What does unity mean? It means to be in harmony. It means cooperation. It means togetherness and oneness. In the 1977 Kwanzaa Origin Concept Practices by Malinga Karanga, he explains that Umoja, the first principle of Kwanzaa, is as follows. Umoja is a commitment to the principle and practice of togetherness and collective action on critical level. That is to build and maintain unity in the family, community, nation, and race. Some key words here are commitment, practice, and action. Umoja is more than just a word. It is a call to action. This is the first and fundamental principle because without unity, our possibilities as a people are few and fragile, if it exists at all. That unity is essential to us as a people cannot be seriously questioned. What is more often debated is the method by which unity is achieved. We are one people and must strive and act as one. As a people, our realities, life changes, and possibilities are rooted in the quality of our relationship with one another. Unity thus must begin on the basic level of the family, and extend outward in expanding centric circle of our national community. For the state of the family, in a real sense, is a vital indication of the state of the national community. The lesson of who we are, our position and possibility in life, and the nature and need of building and maintaining quality and effective relationship with each others are taught to us at an early age in the context of the family. To be unified is to have a collective strength to confront and solve problems which are collective in nature. In fact, history has proven that a people united and conscious of their strengths and weaknesses cannot be defeated. But a people divided are doomed to a slow or quick destruction. Unity then is a vital principle and practice, and without an active commitment to it, nothing is really possible for us as a people, and we are doomed to build houses we do not live in city structures around the interests and aims of others other than our own, and fight wars for our oppressor in the name of freedom we do not enjoy. Umoja, unity. Ashe.
For all the black and brown bodies of the world, magic before. We have been called magic before. Our eyes settle stillness, dancing to the branches of our bodies, tree limbs, reaching towards the heavens, above the sun, above the rain, dance, rivering us out of our bones. We have been called magic before, swinging from trees until we became them, bearing the fruit of someone else's child, nursing someone else's child while ours lay hanging. Its body, a box of bones we're forced to carry 6 feet beneath our chests, so we dig deep inside our bodies and pull out every ounce of glitter, prayer glistening until it reaches our tongues and we learn to speak life over ourselves. We have been this magic before, bursting into everyone else's box of glitter and hiding the fact that we birthed it. It came from our womb. We lay bruised and bloodied while they dance into midnight until they become the stars we own. We do own the stars, you know. We have been this magic before. How else could you find something to wish upon in the shade of midnight if it didn't already come soaked in our skin shade of brilliance? We have been this magic before, teaching the moon to dance and bend her dust to the shape of an eye, peering out onto everyone's breath while they lay sleep to make sure they keep breathing through every ounce of night that hits their lives like, my magic is so black. She looked in the mirror and called herself solar system. My magic is so black. The stardust grew herself afro, braided her body into cornrows. I said, my magic is so black. She bounced her reflection off the ocean and the waves, started sea walking. My magic is so black. Her Midnight's Blues mistook her throat for hip-hop and jazz and poetry and mystery and religion and art and culture and culture and culture and everything stolen from her body's magic in the first place, where culture was ripped from our veins. We learned to river ourselves into a chandelier of cardinals taking flight, cutting the sky into red until everyone learned how to bleed the rhythm of this nation. Yo, we are the rhythm of this nation in all its black and brownness. Yo, black history is American history. And America does not exist without this hue of sand and wood and tornado and casket. We have learned to carve the caskets from our own bodies and sing a new song louder. Carve the caskets from our own throats and bloom a new tongue louder. And there is always a new tongue to be bloomed. And we have always been this magic. We have been called this wishbone and golden before. But when they forget our names, because they will, because they do, often, every ounce of glitter left within our bodies will rise into a new body and throat and tongue until we braid ourselves into a new language again. and rewrite history again. And all that magic, y'all, and rise, and rise.
Hello. I am Stephanie R. Bridges, writer, author, publisher, entrepreneur, and the founder of the Bridges Book Club. I am so super excited that along with myself, other authors and writers within the Bridges Book Club community will be sharing the poetry portion for this year's Midwest Kwanzaa celebration. That is beyond exciting. And I get to kick it off with Umoja, unity, which is so important to us as a people, as a race, as a nation, as a community, as a family. So I'm going to do a couple of poems for you from books that I wrote, and those books are available for purchase. If you would so like to do so, you can check them out at bridgesbookclub.com, and you will find myself along with a myriad of authors and books of all different genres that you can explore. You can also find us on Facebook at Bridges Book Club, and we would love for you to hang out with us there. So, 2 poems I'm going to read. This book is I SPAT, and that is an acronym for In Spirit, Power, and Truth. And this is one of the first books that I wrote and published. And again, it is available for purchase. It's a book of poetry, and I think you will really enjoy it. I am going to read Black on Black. Black on black is no longer a crime. It is companionship, relationship, marital bliss. Black on black is royal ethnicity, hues in a core, attributes ample breadth, afros, outer radiance. Black on black cannot be escaped, watered down, nor lamented. It is meant to be embraced. Black on black was never a crime, nor a grievance. It is dark matter's explanation, the universe's reprieve, the earth's catalyst. Black on black is humanity's morning sun, God's gift. A mere thank you will suffice. All right, so that is Black on Black from I SPAT, and it's so important again that we unify and we don't allow terminology to be thrown around to define us and confuse us and make us unsure of who and what we are. Black on black is a beautiful thing. All right, so the next poem that I'm going to read is from a book of short stories, and this is That's the Story of My Life. This is a more recent work, and within the book of short stories, there are some poems dispersed within, and this is The Storyteller. The key to my being relies on the beat of the drum, an African rhythmic vibrato. It keeps my breath steady and my pulse at the tip of your ebony thumb, tapping, pounding, rapping on the hide-covered trunk. Thump, thump. The sound is magical lows that reach the depth of my knowing, resistance giving to movement. I succumb, run, dance, jump to the beat of the drum. Heart races, key in place to unlock the story of whence my ancestors come. I sing praises to the Most High, who created the motherland that gave birth to her African son. Tapping, pounding, rapping his magical rhythmic drum. Thank you. So also within the family unity and the community unity, we must celebrate again one another. So as women, we must celebrate our men. As men, you must celebrate us as your women. And you know, we have to celebrate, you know, one another, man, woman, child, our elders, our ancestors. We must honor and continue that legacy of unity, because we know we all we got. All right, so that is all from me, Stephanie R. Bridges, and I'm so excited for what's to come. You guys are going to love all of the writers who come before you, and I guess that's it. Umoja.
Habari Gane. We are here to virtually welcome you to our citywide Kwanzaa 2020 celebration. While we're not at our usual location, we are still standing on a solid foundation. This pandemic has forced us to make drastic changes, exchanges, and rearranges. But because we are African people, we can handle anything that comes within our ranges. As we begin this week of celebration, lighting a candle each night to celebrate the Nguzo Sabo principle and reaffirming that as African people we are invincible, we will be greeting each other with Habari Gane and responding with the principle of the day and closing with a resounding Ashe. Kwanzaa is a time for unity, affirming values that celebrate and reinforce family, culture, and our community. So let the celebration begin with the dancing and the clapping and the tapping to the beat of those powerful drums. We all know that Kwanzaa time has begun. Habari Gane.
Awards community members and awardees are acknowledged for their outstanding service and leadership in the Black community, as well as introduce the new honoree for the 2020 Umoja Award winner. And now it's an honor for me to share with you that our recipient of our 2020 Umoja Award is the King Arts Complex. They have been our friend for so long, and without them, we would not have been able to remain unified in one place from year to year.
Habari Gane. I'm Lynn Logan Grimes, and on behalf of the King Arts Complex, I am accepting the Umoja Award. In honor of Dr. King, we work towards bridging gaps and unifying through our arts and education programming. So this is a tremendous award coming from Tawi Village, especially during Kwanzaa season, where we're celebrating our cultural heritage and traditions. Moving forward, we are excited about cultivating new and maintaining the wonderful relationships that we have in our community. We thank you, and happy Kwanzaa.
Now a little commercial break. So please visit our Kwanzaa vendors. They can be found on the Kwanzaa vendor tab on the G&J Media homepage. Buy from our vendors and support Black businesses. Ujamaa, which means cooperative economics.
Are you heading out of town or have a special occasion? What about birthdays, anniversaries, or reunions? Get the best deals and inexpensive rental car rates, mid-size sedans, compact cars, and more. We have a variety of fleet vehicles to accommodate any and all of your rental car needs. Make a reservation today at your local budget rental car on Hamilton Road in Whitehall. Call 614-863-7500.
Happy Kwanzaa. I'm Carla, and my sister Karen and I own Two Natural Sisters. We've been in business for 5 years, and we sell a line of natural bath, body, and candle products. Let's take a look. Follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram, at 2 Natural Sisters. All items that are in stock will be shipped within 24 to 48 hours. As a promotional item, we offer a CD of Black romantic poetry of self-love and coupled love, and 50% discount on Sister Locks, Brother Locks by consultant Sapphire Donetta Mahadi. If you have any questions, you can reach us at customercare@twonaturalsisters.com. Enjoy and happy Kwanzaa.
What's going on? My name is Doe. I am the owner and creator of Madeline Gin. Madeline Gin is best described as a celebratory art experience that exudes hella blackness. Initially, the company was founded to provide a luxurious but affordable art experience, and it's since transformed itself into something a bit more spiritual. By walking in what I believe to be my truth, I've been able to get in contact with my ancestors and use my platform and my art, my gift, to tell their untold stories. I do that by using different textures, by utilizing different mediums, colors, and just making things pop out so that it's open for interpretation. I love creating, and I can't wait to be of service to you. Thank you.
I am a genius. My ancestors were geniuses. My ancestors have made me a genius in all that I think, say, and do. I must declare myself a genius. I am a genius. Whenever I am myself, I practice my geniusness and do great things. All my thoughts, choices, and deeds must express my geniusness.
I am a genius. My decisions must always be in the best interest of myself, my family, my people, and my God. Only then will I and everyone I know that I am a genius.
I am a genius. At all times, my geniusness must reflect my culture. My geniusness must serve my God. My geniusness must make me be one in love and harmony with my family. My geniusness must protect my people. Yes, at all times, I must demonstrate excellence because I am a genius.
To introduce to some and present to others our very own Dr. Elder Mariba Kelsey. He will guide us through an evening of education.
Children, adults, seniors, it's such a great pleasure for me to be here speaking with you on this first day of Kwanzaa 2020, December 26th. It's an honor and a tremendous blessing. So let us be first give praise to the Creator by whatever name you may use to identify her or him. No matter what name, we know that there was only one great Creator. That great Creator brought us love, harmony, order, balance, peace, understanding, and unity, not just among people, but throughout the universe. Second, I pause and give respect and lift up our most ancient ancestors because they walked hand in hand with the one and only Creator, live by the rules, standards, guidelines, and regulations provided by the Creator. Not only did they demonstrate the divine standards, but they recorded them in written and artistic form so that we may continue to see and interpret them. Third, I want to give honor to our most ancient ancestors that were close to us, our grandfathers and grandmothers and great grandmothers and aunts and uncles because they too taught us many things over the years about the standards, and that was some of which we didn't understand, but now we know that were accurate. They recorded them for us in new form, and so we have to accept them. Third, I want to give honor and respect to my parents, our uncles and aunts again, because they provided guidance and cultural guidance and understanding. Again, which sometimes we didn't understand, but now we're understanding the better. Finally, I pray that we will use those teachings and not ever ignore them. Let us build solid foundations as our ancient ancestors did. Ashe, ashe, ashe. And so it is, Africans. I say we will rise again together. Sisters and brothers, I want to emphasize how grateful I am to be asked and to be with you and to speak with you today on the first day of Kwanzaa. It is a blessing for all of us. I am now 95.5 years old. 55 of those years, I lived in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio, 14 years, and Columbus, 44 years. Career-wise, I was an elementary teacher, a counselor in Cleveland, and in Columbus, I was state supervisor of measurement and evaluation in the State Department of Education, and a professor at the Ohio State University. Certainly, these are positions of responsibility, but the things I am most proud of is my work in the African communities in Columbus and across the state of Ohio and Atlanta, Georgia. Such things as mall cities and Kwanzaa initiation and development and practices, and its development and practices, assistance in founding of African Center for Study and Worship, the Afrocentric Personal Development Shop, the Taiwan Family Village, and Pittsburgh Collaborative here in Atlanta. As you can see, my joy to the world is working with my community. Today is the day of Umoja, African unity. It comes first, and it should, because it is the foundation for all the other Kwanzaa principles. Unity makes it possible to have collective work and responsibility. It makes it possible for us to have kuumba and creativity, and it makes it possible for us to have self-determination. I say collective self-determination, so we don't misconstrue it to mean just individual self. Makes it possible for us to have purpose, and makes it possible for us to have faith. Unity, that foundation, must now come alive and stay alive. It can't just be, brothers and sisters, it cannot just be speeches. It cannot just be a one-day celebration. It must be a year-long, every year celebration, day by day. Everybody here knows that the proverb that our ancestors gave us, "in unity there is strength," is true beyond a shadow of doubt. There have been so many pledges of unity without action. So today I want to outline a formula for our consideration and ask us to follow it to ensure our success of unity. I would ask you to, as I give you a short version of it, that you consider taking it and expanding it. First, let us accept that white supremacy and other pebbles have been shot, placed gently sometimes, pasted and plastered into our African eyes, and they stymie us from seeing our individual and African selves clearly in our African mirrors. Remember, our ancestors told us to remove the moat. That's the pebbles, and that's an old word, moats, meaning pebbles and trash in your eye, from your eyes. They said remove it so we could see clearly. It's time we do so. What are some of these moats or pebbles in our eyes? I'll name a few. And I would ask each one of you to look within yourselves and name others. And because we got to, brothers and sisters, remove, toss them out, destroy them, and as we build unity. We can't keep those things in our eyes. I know you'll recognize some of these. One of them is, I have more education than you. I went to a higher grade. I got more degrees and so forth, and therefore I'm more important than you. A pebble by all stretches, no stretch of the imagination. Just think about that pebble and how it divides them. Another one is I have a higher position. I have gone farther in bosses institutions than you have, and therefore I have more status. Another one is my social status. I belong to more organizations, more the boys' clubs and the girls' clubs and the alphas and the deltas and the gammas and so forth and so on. You know what I'm talking about. And then one that's really critical for us is that we have been taught this pebble in very concentrated forms and sometimes brutally wedged into our eyes that African spiritual systems cannot save us, but European, Asian religions can. My, what a pebble, what a terrible pebble that is to have in your eye when we're looking for African purity and African unity. And then one that's just in the street, up and down the streets, much too often, is that I'm light-skinned, having long hair, and you is black-skinned and have short hair. My goodness. Brothers and sisters, we got to get those pebbles out of our eyes so we can see African unity and understand clearly what we need to do. Now, you know what, now that I've given you kind of an idea, I want you to think about other motes during the year. And we got to cast them out of our practice and our thoughts and our deeds and our planning. Be ready for planning, brothers and sisters, until we pray to get, and pray doesn't mean being just voice, it means action. If we pray to get these motes out of our eyes. The second part of this formula, I'm going to give you four phases to this formula. The second part of this formula says, visualize what clear unity looks like, clear vision looks like. Visualize what it would be like in unity if we had clear African vision. What would it be like? We have to have clear vision of that before we can do serious planning. Then the second part of that, having clear vision, is, am I willing to clear my own eyes and submit to a collective vision rather than just my own individual vision? Am I willing to gain knowledge and to recognize that I don't have a corner on knowledge, that knowledge is shared all among us, and we must use that collective knowledge for building rather than just our individual knowledge? Do I understand that human capital is the most valuable capital that we have, rather than just considering fiscal capital as being so important? We have too much faith in fiscal capital and forgetting that human capital is far greater and more valuable. We must recognize that this human capital must be uplifted and raised as being more valuable, and that we must use whatever fiscal capital we have to support it. Now, I know that I'm stepping in on dangerous territory when I said take your fiscal capital and let's support African human capital. But I'm saying to us that if we want clear vision and unity, then we must act rather than just pledge to it. Pledging to it means nothing without action. These are a few factors and ideas that verifies that our eyes are clearing. If we have these factors and our eyes are clearing with all those factors, then we're ready for the third element in this formula. And it says, remove all fear, act with power and vigor, use the genius of every team member. Every team member has some genius, and we must use the genius of every team member, not just a few. We need every African. Be clear that all action is in unity, and let the world know that our action is in unity. Do not be ashamed. I said, act with power and vigor. Have and submit to a mediation plan of action for any discord that may occur. Stick to the process, brothers and sisters, and the goal that we've set, collectively set for ourselves in our planning. Much more could be said about that second formula. Perhaps later on in the year, we can talk more about that. As we put this into place, we must declare that we're going to put it in place. Much more can be said, much more can be said. The fourth element, however, is maintaining. I have said to you that how important it is for us as Africans to maintain our unity today, tomorrow, and forever. We must be bold, but not braggadocious about it. We must have strong security inside and outside of it, so that nothing can happen to that unity. We know that there are shots being taken all the time to disrupt unity. Some of those shots I shared with you earlier, and of course you know many more. Sisters and brothers, please notice that I've given you 4 elements in this formula. The president of the National Black Baptist Convention, USA, said that he had 3 P's, but I'm going to give you 4 P's today. They are, I said, the first one is we pray that we can recognize and begin to remove those motes, those things from our eyes, those things that disrupt us from having unity. The second one is that now we're ready to plan and make sure that we have a vision for unity in whatever programs and whatever lives and whatever families and whatever institutions we're ready to build. The third one is that we must practice. Plan, pray, plan, practice. We must practice. That means get to action. Action with harmony, reciprocity, balance, and order. Practice, brother. Action. We can't be satisfied with just talking. We got to act. And the fourth of those elements is protect. Let no one or no obstacle inside or outside deter us from attaining, from coming to this standard of being clear-eyed, having clear vision, clear African vision, so we can have unity, brothers and sisters. Now I've given you that formula, but I have a few other comments I'd like to make to you. And that is, it is vital to constantly be aware and be able to list challenges to this commitment. I'm asking you to make a commitment to this process. We must list challenges to that commitment and find ways to overcome them. Have systems that are available which can be utilized by all of our participants, all of our brothers and sisters, and then reinforce our commitment. Show evidence of our commitment to ourselves and to others. Don't be ashamed. Keep it. Let people know we're committed. Let ourselves know, and then celebrate it. Celebrate it. Give recognition and to our commitments periodically. Don't just have celebration for celebration's sake. Let's have celebration because we are committed to what we say we're going to do and in a unified way and do it. Then, brothers and sisters, as we have clarity and acknowledgments of our agreements and disagreements, and we have ways of overcoming those, take time to clearly identify relationships, harmony, and confusion. Make sure that we identify those things because it's important for us to identify them in order for us to have unity. Use positive, abstract, and concrete processes to heal. Don't be ashamed to say I'm healing. We got to work on it. It may take time. It may take patience, but it's something that we have to do. Recognize that healing time is needed. And brothers and sisters, if nothing else in this pandemic year, we have learned that we must come together, we must have unity among us, and we must have healing among us. We have to stop all the backbiting nonsense that we've had and begin to heal so that we can see ourselves clearly in our African mirror. I'm talking about an African mirror that has clarity. I'm talking about an African mirror that will show ourselves as divine. I'm talking about an African mirror that will show ourselves as being involved with the principles of art, truth, righteousness, justice, order, balance, reciprocity, harmony, justice, and so forth. I was talking about a mirror that will show that we have soul power, that we are optimal beings. I'm talking about a mirror that will show that we have the power to make things happen and not have to ask somebody else to do them for us. I'm talking about a mirror that would show that we have a self-being connected to the environment as well as each other. Now, I'm not proposing that this is an easy thing to do, but I'm proposing that it's a sane thing to do. I'm proposing that we must have the intelligence to make sure that we must have African intelligence, not the IQ nonsense that sometimes is presented, that I had to learn about when I was in measurement and evaluation. But we must have African intelligence that goes beyond the five senses, that can see behind the clouds, that can see behind taste, touch, smell, sight, and hearing, and see behind what they call logic. Because many times the logic that they call logic is nothing but manipulation. So, brothers and sisters, I'm talking about taking real action. So I want to close this little talk with you today with a little poem that some of you will recognize, because Brother It Said, one of my most favorite poets, gave it to us. And I think that it's a very powerful poem because it recognizes that what we may be seen as is not what we really are. And he called this poem "Black Folks Work, Work, Work," and I think that that's what we got to do is work, 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 because we've got to work toward unity, brothers and sisters. The poem goes: take my wings, and weigh them on any scales, standard or metric measure. Then measure the distance they have to travel and the weight they have to travel. A heavy load at times with mountains and burdens, yet always forgiven for the ways and means at which you clip our wings. For we must fly, it's our way of life, and yet we are but a sparrow, they say. But we weigh 12 times the size of an eagle in their prime and male and female kind. And never will I hide on God's green earth. And we shall glide for all our worth. For we must fly, for we must fly, for we must fly, for we must fly, for we must fly. Brothers and sisters, I hope you notice that the emphasis that Brother It Said is placing on having a heavy burden, yet flying like an eagle, even though thou may be seen as a sparrow. And the directive, he reminds us, is our African way. Ashe, ashe, ashe. And so it is, brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
Watch the next video. Watch the next video. Watch the next video. No, I'm just joking, family. Family, thank you for joining us. Be sure to catch us on the next video, family. Peace. Watch the next video. Watch.
Thank you, Elder. Thank you for your powerful presentation on the principle for Umoja. I hope everyone enjoyed it as much as I did. Next, prepare yourself and enjoy the dynamic community performance by Gory, Drum, and Dance.
heart. And another thing that should always be in your heart is the inspiration, motivation, the desire to read. I'm a member of the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa. And every year on Martin Luther King's birthday, we ask everyone that we know to take an hour to read. Just take 1 hour to read. You can start in the restroom, the bathroom, the bedroom, the kitchen table, the sofa. But at one time in our life, we could not read. We were not allowed to read. Now we can read, but we don't read. And so this is our national incentive, because we are an educational professional organization made up of teachers, certified teachers. So I need everyone, please do not leave tonight without pledging to read, and you can read to your children. But that's the National Sorority of Phi Delta Kappa, and Gamma Alpha chapter is located here in Columbus. Thank you. Touch your heart and say, I pledge to read forever. Reading is power.
All right, family, if you could, give a round of applause. Powerful pledge. Let's circle up, family. Let's circle up. We're going to do the closing circle. And from the closing circle, we're going to move to the food. Now, elders, go first. I know y'all hungry. I appreciate your patience. But we want to make sure all of the elders following our tradition go first. So we want to start right here, and we want the circle to stop right here at the drums. Right here. So Elder Tony is going to light the last 2 candles for us as a community as we complete this ritual.
Ladies, y'all need to get up in the circle.
So repeat after me. Minute by minute. Y'all can do better than that. Minute by minute. Hour by hour. If you lose your history, you lose your power. Minute by minute. Hour by hour. If you lose your faith, you lose your power. If it is to be, it's up to me. I feel good about myself. I feel good about the people around me. I feel goodness all around me. And it will follow me for the rest of my life. Because I walk with good. And I talk with good. And I am good. And that feels real good. Good, better, best. Never let it rest. Till your good is your better. And your better is your best. Black people, we were great. We shall be greater still. Lose not faith. Lose not courage. Go forward. Uplift the race. Harambe! 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 Harambe!
Now, I also would like to share with you that we will have Kwanzaa 2020 for the remainder of the week, and we'll be celebrating from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 p.m. at night. And this will all be aired on G&J Media, who is our co-host for the evening. Thank you.
All right, family. Yo, this is Brother Hatem. Right now, this is Gianna Journey, and we are doing a Kwanzaa special, man. Do we have a guest for you today? This is Elder Tony, who set up this beautiful table. You know, we came in this morning, and we put it together, and we're about to light this candle. So, Elder Tony, how do you put so much care and have so much dedication to the Kwanzaa tradition?
Well, first let's start with Habagani.
Umoja.
Habagani. Okay. This is the Kwanzaa season. We started this morning with the drum call for sunrise. The Umoja drum call for sunrise. And that was interesting because it was snow outside. It was snow everywhere. The dedication is, it's not dedication, it's you're living it. And as you live it, it expands, and you have to balance it off with folks who don't care about it at all. And then you got folks who are actually adamant against Kwanzaa, period. They don't want to hear nothing about it. And so your journey then becomes to get either more into it or not, you know, whatever. But you have to listen to the different comments on both sides. And some of the comments are true. They're absolutely true. And then you have to reason those out and balance those out with, okay, that's the truth, so let me work with that and get that balance out. So everything on the table has a history. For instance, like the table itself, was in here before anything is done. You can't even see it now. But that has to be, you know, taken care of. What size the table is going to be, all of that. Then the next thing is how to cover the table after you wash or clean, whatever. So then you take a look at, okay, what have you accumulated over the period of time? And so that's what we have here. Different cloths, different times, and different eras. I can look on there and see different things from different times and tell you like, oh, okay, so this is the past, present, and where's the future at? Well, the future is that's what we're doing now. It's pretty much like that. It's pretty much set up for Americans who read left to right. And so all the way over to the left over here, we're starting with the ancestors' chair with their case and their ancestors there. Now inside that case are urns with actual ashes of their ancestors stuff in there. So that's here. And as it moves this way, that's the case, that case there, that gray case. Yeah, that's the case that we use to do the lighting for the Kwanzaa candle on the 21st, or what we call Ra Rising. We used to do it before it was called Ra Rising. We called it the lighting of the light of Kwanzaa, which, when you take a look at that, that gets to be a whole nother issue. That's real deep. And then we're going back here to some of the original stuff. This is a poster or a flyer or a program from what we used to do long time ago. Was it 60, what?
No, this is 1993.
93, yeah. And anybody in that African-centered way of thinking was here in Columbus for that convention that was held downtown at the Hyatt. Most of those folks, like some of those folks, are not even here anymore. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Malepa Asante, I don't know if he was on there now. But
he's on here. We got John Chisholm.
John Chisholm, yeah.
We got Warfield Cope.
Yeah.
We got Dr. Ben.
Right. Lana Correga came in, right.
Ivan Van Sertima.
Right. But Sertima was like, whoa, yeah.
Francis Cresswell.
Francis, yep, she was here. All of these folks was here.
All at the same time.
Right. We was all here. And then, of course, as we moved, of course, the ancestor chair behind that, we move across the table. But what we move for is we start with the dressing of the table which is its dress or its cloth and stuff. And then we go with the first thing that we put down would have been the mkeka, or the straw mat, which represents Africa. Without the straw mat, everything else does not exist. That's my opinion. It's the way I do it. Next would have been the Kanara. Now we done went all the way back to before the African Center for Study and Worship. With the Kanara we used to have that came up missing. So we now look at using this one as a to bring it forward. So the Kanara, then of course the candles and all the other artifacts, the fruit and stuff, and we set that up. We also have artifacts here from the children's program that we did with Kwanzaa, Tawi over at the King Arts Complex. Those are some of the pictures. And the children's made a chain, and it wasn't a chain of binding, it was a chain of linking, where it linked everyone, all of us, like we in a circle and we hold hands. So that chain is a circling around the whole a piece here. The books over here are the Zawadis from that, and we have the traditional lights over here. Our Firmus lantern right there, that big red one, is the one that we use to fight with fire. And since the fire thing has been changed now, we use these little lanterns with battery lit. Huh? Yeah, we have that somewhere. Sometimes people borrow stuff or it gets missing. We have we would set it up at the King Arts Complex, it's sacred ground, which is the cloth there, which means that you can't go on there unless your shoes are off and something else is going on. So and of course the Unity Cup. Those who can read the Unity Cup know what phase we're in right now, because they'll look at it and see there's 3 bases on there, and they'll know where we are right now. So, and it's pretty interesting that with the drum call this morning at the Swinging Bridge, which really represented the Dunbar Center, the Paul Lawrence Dunbar Center on Nelson Road. That's where we all used to meet. And Dr. Ben used to have a class in there that Kwesi Adebisi used to teach. And Elder Kelsey and others were all in that class. I was downstairs doing dance and drum with Brother Nkosi and others. But our history here is really exciting. But the drum call this morning was exciting because the bridge and everything was full of snow. And I had to stay in the car, but my wife got out of the car and went to the bridge, and we had that. So that sunrise piece. So as of that now gives us the authority to light Umoja. And light Umoja in the sense of, as we light Umoja, we're saying that this is the culmination of the beginning of the Kwanzaa season, which is the culmination with the end of what we've done since January the 2nd, 22, until December the 25th. All of that, that was the journey. This Kwanzaa piece is just a celebration of what that journey was about. What do we remember from that journey? What did we learn? What did we didn't learn that we got to carry forth with us? Who did we lose? Who came? Who went? All of this stuff is wrapped up in that memory that we have. Like last year, this time I was in the hospital, and this year I'm out. So it's kind of like, okay, well, what was that memory like this year and last year? So, and how we had advanced the understanding of the mkeka, the mat, which represents Africa. Are we trying to form a relationship with Africa, or we just don't care? Or we don't know, or we don't want to know? I want to form a relationship. The biggest thing is that, and how can you make me money? Because a lot of things is moved around that. How does you make me money, or how do I make you money, and how the two of us can make money for each other? So they said, what does that have to do with Umoja, Kuji Chagaleo, Ujima, Nia, Kuumba, and Imani? Well, for some folks, it has everything to do with it. If you're not making me money, then why am I talking to you? But for some folks, another group of folks, it has nothing to do with that kind of capital. It has to do with human capital. What is our relationship? Do we have a relationship with each other? And how does that relationship get strained? And when it gets strained, what do we do about it to balance that out so that we're not, in a different head we want to hurt each other? Because that seems to be the norm. One of the things we really got to understand that the introduction of the computer into the human being's life has been something that we've taken for granted, but trust me, it's here and it's here to stay. And how we relate to the computer and then how we relate to each other, that is itself is a journey. It's a journey, believe me. I remember we were riding in the car, and all of a sudden my phone came on and said, could y'all please speak up? I can't hear what you're saying. And I'm going like, what's this? And I had to remind myself that we're in the age of advanced technology, where the technology is learning how to be human behavior, not to be humane, but to do human behavior. How does humans speak to each other? That's what the technology is learning. And trust me, it's learning it well. It's learning it real well. So as a result of that, when we go to speak to each other, we're learning how to be technology. So we're talking to each other from a technical perspective and not from an emotional perspective. In fact, if you talk emotional, some of your folks will say to you, well, you're a little bit too emotional. That's too emotional. Leave that alone. You have to talk more technical. So the technical aspect, the emotional aspect, that human aspect is the new balance of what we're talking about here. Why should I talk about Africa? Well, why not is the only way I could say that right now. There's a lot of our folks who say that's on the table right now that is, I'm not African, I'm black. Okay? Look up the definition of the two words and you'll be amazed. Mostly everything that another country has talked about the people in that continent, or we used to call a Camelon or Kemet, whatever you want to do with that, will also refer to the texture of the skin. And that was it. And see, it agreed with me. It's the texture of the skin. So the consciousness of one of the things is, where do you belong? Where do I belong? I can't speak for anybody else but me. Where do I belong? And where do my ancestors belong? And who am I connected to? And that's what the Mkeka is all about, the mat. Because everything sits on the mat. And the mat is Africa. And everything comes out of that understanding, the history, the understanding, everything. The fruit, by the way, is a metaphor, the way I understand it, for our wanting to have a relationship with Africa. And because during the time as we were moving through this side of the Atlantic, Africa and our heritage was taken away for a specific reason. So we have this thing that's called the Winnie Masubu, which is the reawakening. For instance, that piece in the Capitol, the George Washington Monument, is one of those. It's a tekken or obelisk or the George Washington Monument, whatever you want to say. But its job is the reawakening, the growth after. So our reawakening of ourselves, of our family, everybody doesn't want to go there. But those of us who do, we have to hold the line and understand that a journey of 1,000, like one of the proverbs said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So I'm a little longer than the first step along. And it's exciting to know that if I can go somewhere and I can say, Habargani, and they'll say, oh, they know what I'm saying. And I can say, hey, man, what's up? And that's the same thing as saying Habargani. So it's exciting. These are exciting times. What is that move, the opening line in Tales of Two Cities? It was the best of times and it was the worst of times. Well, in a sense, that's a balance. You know, you're looking at the good times and you're looking at the worst of times. But the understanding of, does Kwanzaa belong to us? Yes, it do. Why? Because we said so. And it's up to our job to develop it and move it along. Is everybody supposed to be a part of it? No. I mean, are we making it available for people to understand it? Well, since its inception over 50 years ago, yes. But remember, the concept of the first fruit or the first fruit is thousands of years old. Did not just start in 1965, part of the Kawaida. That's where Kwanzaa is, in the Kawaida in 1965. The first time they celebrated or did one was in 1966. It's really interesting to know that as Professor or Dr. Karenga went around all of Africa, and one of the things that he found that was in common was that the celebration and the celebration of the harvest, of the things that they will harvest. You can't harvest something if you didn't plant it. So it's the planting and the cultivating of that which you planted which made the difference. And so that's what we're still doing now. We're still planting, we're still cultivating it, taking care of it, and then we harvest it. And what that harvest is, our own understanding of who we are, where we are, as it results to, in my opinion, of the African continent and culture. So this morning's drum call was, as the sun rose, and as the sun rose, it came up and said, okay, this is a brand new day for you to understand stuff. And everything that you learned the day before, bring that good stuff with you. And that stuff that you didn't need, just leave that alone. So the Kwanzaa really for Marvis would be about celebrating the good. And I'm gonna get up right now and go over and light this candle.
Light the candle.
And one of the ways in which we would say we'll do that is, oops, I got the been sitting too long. I go behind the Kinara so that know that the Kinara has a left and a right. It has its own left and right. And so, let me see, if I'm not mistaken, is there an oil over there on that side? Oh, no, I have it here in my pocket. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bless this candle and name it in the name. I bless this candle in the name of Umoja. There are three parts to the candle. There's the body, there's the wick, and then there's the flame. I'm going to say that I light this candle in the name of Umoja. And notice that I'm using new technology, which is the, what we say, there's tradition, which is the fire over there, and then there's reasoning, which is the fire here. So I light this candle in the name of Umoja. Now the only difference here would be is normally we would have the children and the family around, but the family right now is standing around me trying to, bring this into an understanding. To my right is the struggle or the pushing forward or the making it happen. To my left, here is, it happens, and boy, oh boy, are we benefiting from it. If you notice on the log here or on the Kinara, this side is heavy because here in the States, we had a heavy, heavy, heavy struggle. And now we're over here where we're still struggling, but we're making it work. So I'd like to thank you.
In a realm where ancient trees whispered age-old secrets and rivers flowed with the wisdom of ages, there stood a village guarded by the spirit of unity and understanding. In this village lived a young warrior named Kofi, whose heart was a cauldron of courage, but whose mind was shrouded in the mist of uncertainty. Kofi sought the light of wisdom, the guiding flame that would illuminate his path to lead his people. Under the gaze of the moon, Kofi approached the elders, venerable sages who had walked many moons on their own journeys of enlightenment. Elder Amara, with eyes reflecting the depth of the skies, spoke gently. Kofi, your quest for wisdom is a journey towards the flame of Kwanzaa, a sacred fire that burns at the world's edge. It is not just a beacon of enlightenment, but a symbol of self-mastery and community strength. Remember, the path to it is not just a walk, but a dance of learning and growth. Embracing his destiny, Kofi embarked on his quest. His first trial was a valley shrouded in darkness, where shadows of doubt and fear lurked. As he bravely navigated this valley, Kofi learned to kindle the light within his heart, understanding that courage is the first spark in conquering one's fears. Beyond the valley, Kofi discovered a garden in disarray, its harmony disrupted. He observed the language of the earth, the whispers of the wind, and the songs of the streams. In this communion with nature, Kofi gleaned that wisdom often blooms in the quiet embrace of the earth's rhythms. His journey then led him to a fractured community, its unity dimmed by discord. With empathy and wisdom, Kofi mended the fragmented bonds, weaving a tapestry of understanding and respect. Through this, he realized that the strength of a community lies in its collective flame, burning brighter together. Finally, Kofi reached the edge of the world where the mythical flame of Kwanzaa danced in its eternal glory. Its radiance was a symphony of the principles he had learned: unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Yet, in its scintillating dance, Kofi found no ancient scripts or mystical chants. Instead, he found a reflection of his journey, an echo of his growth. In that moment of revelation, Kofi understood. The journey was not about the destination, but about the enlightenment along the way. The wisdom he sought was kindled within him, fueled by the experiences and lessons of his path. Returning as a beacon of guidance, Kofi shared his odyssey. His village saw not the youth who had left them, but a leader, illuminated and wise. And Kofi, with newfound humility, knew that his journey under the flame of Kwanzaa was not an end, but a beginning. Thus, like Kofi, may we all tread our paths with courage, seeking not just the wisdom of the world, but the flame within, guided by enduring principles and the eternal light of the flame of Kwanzaa. Thank you for watching.